up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path. If you want it bad, I'm gonna show you where it's at. Yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done. I'll be number one, working hella hard until I get just what I want. Yeah, rises like the sun. Yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won. Yeah, always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are playing Apocalipsis, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, I do have to admit that I made a tiny mistake last time when we played this game. You see, when I purchase a game, especially indie games on PlayStation, I always try to look into them a bit, make sure that they don't have any AI generated assets in them, and that they work and have some quality to offer. Now, even with this game, I did most of it. I looked at reviews on Steam, and I found that it's a nicely made game. Most people praised it. Now, I look at the Steam reviews because there you can actually write reviews, whereas on the PlayStation Network you can only rate games out of 5 stars. But even there, I think it's overall gathering a good rating. However, there's one more step that I try to do every now and then, and I kind of forgot about that one. Oh. Buenas noches, Urite. You're spreading misinformation. I was just talking about this game having a positive review. Oh, there we go again. It's evening somewhere, and it's always evening for me. So how am I spreading misinformation? If I can ask, please enlighten us. Maybe this game doesn't have a positive rating? Actually, let me check. Let's fact check what I say. Apocalypsis. No, not Megacraft Hentai Apocalypsis. That's actually a game on Steam. But that's not the one we are going to play. It's mostly positive, 71%. So that's close to a mixed overall review, but still, I think that's good enough. Again, with indie titles, I'm not looking for perfection, because let's be honest, not even AAA games reach that level of quality most of the time. But the one step that I missed in my little research about the game before I actually purchased it is to check the Trophy Hunter forums for what they have to say. Because I like to look at guides and see if there are any missable or even worse bugged trophies or any kind of technical issues that I should be aware of. The problem is I kind of missed this step this time, and as it turns out, this game has a few technical difficulties, but I'm assuming only on PlayStation, or at the least not on PC, and thus I didn't learn about them when I looked at the Steam reviews. I'm assuming it has to do with the port and the porting of the game. And what I mean by that is when I started it up last time around on my first stream with the game, certain graphical assets were not loading, meaning most of the background, which is rather difficult in a point-and-click game. Now, as it turns out, it's only happening on PlayStation 4 according to Trophy Hunters, and it has a rather easy fix. However, as I said, I didn't look for information before the stream, and when I was faced with these issues, I thought, well, let's hope it's just one screen. Let's find the guide, quickly get through this part, and then continue without any trouble. And at first it worked until we ran into two other such screens. Oops. And again, it was a silly mistake, because most of the time I look for these kinds of information, but why I kind of forgot about it is because I've been playing a number of small indie games and they all worked. Even the one game where I knew in advance, I read warnings about how it's a bit buggy and certain trophies, even story related ones, not always unlock. I got them all without any trouble. Well, not all, I'm still missing two, but I had absolutely no issues with these games, so I kind of took it for granted that this one will work as well. Silly old me, that is not how it works. But with that said, today we are returning to Apocalipsis and taking another look at the puzzles, and in the case of some of them, a first look. 30 I'm slow. Yes, I'm sure it's you who is slow and not me, right? For those who might not know, I have a stream streak of 65, I think, on DreadistVT channel, because he is streaming every single day, so it's much easier to reach a higher streak. But then again, if we look at the streams differently, I think not many people reached a 30 stream streak on my channel. Maybe one or two. But enough of my excuses, it's time to return to this game. Now, last time we earned 3 gold, 2 silver and 3 bronze trophies. So a total of 8. So let me get my controller, which is apparently stuck. Come on! It's all good. And let's see what we can do. Now, another thing that I learned during the previous stream is that even though this game on a PlayStation is called the Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil, which is, in my opinion, a tad bit too long, there is a reason why on Steam it's called differently. It is actually called Harry at the End of the World, much like how the title will be shown right here. At least I think. Exactly. Now that is because this is the name of the base game, but it has 2 DLCs, or additional chapters. On Steam I only found 1 DLC and I still don't know what the other is about, but we'll get there. So, what we are going to do today is look through the game once again. But which end of the world exactly? Now that's a really great question, because originally I assumed that this game is about the world ending. And I knew that the story revolves around Harry and her beloved, I'm assuming girlfriend, who is accused of witchcraft and then killed. So I thought this game is a bit like Shadow of the Colossus, and we as Harry are bringing forth the end of the world to bring back our dead girlfriend. But apparently that's not it. The world is not ending. It's more of a location than an event that the title is referring to. And I'm guessing, now that I finished the game, that it is talking about how Harry has to go to the end of the world, so really far away, actually to the underworld in a way, to rescue his beloved. So we are going to replay the game quickly, look at the puzzles that we had to cheat with in the first playthrough and actually solve them, and then look for some trophies. Who knows, maybe we get a few fun ideas before we actually look at the trophy list. So let's continue. Now we can actually continue because this game, rather interestingly, has a map right here. So even though we already finished the game, we can return to any previous scene and play through those puzzles without needing to start a new playthrough. An idea that I greatly appreciate. So let's see if we can figure out something. Now, one trophy we got was solving this serpent puzzle on the first try, and that happened because well, we followed the guide. The other one, I think, was here, where we solved a puzzle on the first try as well, and I did that by myself, and I'm not exactly sure which part we were required to do without mistake, because it was rather straightforward, and so I just did it without much trouble. But we'll see. Now obviously we know the answers to most of the puzzles, so it will be much quicker. Oh, welcome Enzef. I see you are here. Now let's see what can we do here. Obviously the game appreciates if we don't make mistakes, so I will try to do exactly that. It's also interesting how it shows the square and the triangle buttons in the top right corner, and those buttons are used to switch between items in our inventory. However, well, we can't do that because we don't have any items in our inventory, so this is a bit of a questionable tutorial part. Ow. My nose is getting all itchy. Stop it! Now we have this, which is a lever. We have to use it right here. Pull this and see what we can do. Can we use something again here? Lower the body again? No? No double dipping, I see. Well, we can take that, and unfortunately we have to kill this poor rodent. I'm not sure why, but that's the only way to get the cat to help us. I'm not exactly sure why, but that's how it goes. So this is the first puzzle, rather simple, and this is the witch's hut. I think it was referred to, even though it's more of a castle based on its size. And here was the first time we ran into some technical issues, but hopefully it will load now. Will it? No, it won't. Now, here's the fun part. When I first started the game, I started it up, I started a new game, I did the first puzzle, first level, and then I was welcomed by this lovely sight. So what I did was I I exited out of the game and started up again. You know, turn it off and then on again. Because as we all know, the exciting part happens when you turn it on. But I made a slight mistake, even though I can't really blame myself for that, because after restarting the game, I started a new playthrough. Since I wanted it to be one whole experience. But based on the forum posts, what you are supposed to be doing is continue, and this time around it should load. Why? I have not the slightest of clues. And what is really interesting to me is not only that it works now, but the serpent puzzle, where we had the same trouble. When I started up this game just a few minutes ago today, and I chose to continue, it actually loaded that serpent puzzle right away. And then I chose the map and went back to the first level, and we turned everything around, or at least it seemed. And then the second level, we had the same troubles again. So I'm not exactly sure what is causing this problem. I'm still guessing that it's something to do with the game running out of memory, maybe? I'm not sure. Maybe some of the files are really large? And why I'm guessing that is because it's not just a porting issue, since it works on PlayStation 5. However, there is no PlayStation 5 edition of this game. On PlayStation 5, we are playing the exact same PlayStation 4 version. So something in the same version is causing trouble on this hardware, but not on the newer one. So I'm guessing what's happening is the PlayStation 5 can just kind of brute force its way through these limitations because of the stronger hardware, maybe more memory or faster memory, or even the fact that it works off of an SSD. But I find it really, really confusing how restarting the game and then continuing just solves it. But hey, IT is full of mysteries. So let's see what we really have here. What's this? We got an orb of sorts. We also need this hand. What's that? Oh, this is a clue. I see. I need the leather. Thank you. What lovely items do we have here? So we have a broom, classic. An animal skull, and actually many animal skulls. This one is even laughing. A cat skeleton. I think that's a seashell. I'm not sure. What is that? I didn't want to do that, but alright. We have plenty of candles, and I find it ever so fascinating how the candle lights are on a different layer, so they could be displayed without trouble. Also, the flower here that you can collect throughout the game, that loads without much trouble. And I remember when I started the game, I clicked on it because I was trying to figure out what is happening, and there is an animation how Harry picks up the flower and puts it in his pocket. And when I restarted the game, I tried the same thing and it didn't happen because you can only collect the flowers once, I'm assuming in a playthrough or a save file. We have a lovely bird here. Candles, let's pick up the candles. Absolutely wonderful. Let's get the knife from here. I can't do anything with the skull. I can open this and get a book. I can pick up the ladder again, signaling that we will not need it again, which is rather interesting. We have another door here, but we can't go there. We also have a really rather fascinating creature in a jar back here. I'm not sure what that is. And we also have this. Now we can cut that down. And I'm assuming that is some kind of an herb that was left out, hanging to dry. And now we have to follow the hints around. Now I know what I need to do because of the guide, but I want to figure out what information we get from the game. So thus far, you can figure out everything because the cursor changes based on what it is located on. So if you put it on something you can interact with, you get the little gear icons, and if it's over something that you can pick up, it changes as well. Now with the book, we can put that here, which is kind of, I wouldn't say obvious, but makes sense. And we also have this bit of a hint. So same star in a circle, and there's a hand in the middle. So let's try to put the hand in the middle. Yep, that works. Now also there's one candle here resting atop a tiny skull, so we can do the same around the circumference of this circle. Lovely. And that makes sense so far. And what else we have is the globe and whatever this is. Now actually I figured out how to use this when I was messing around here in the big blue sea of nothingness. I guess that item was chosen, and I tried to interact with this flower, and instead I managed to grind down this herb, and that is something you can pick up. So we have some kind of a dust. Now that cannot be used on the hand, but in the middle of the hand there is this polished surface, and that's the only thing that still has the gear icons appearing. So again, that is a lot of help, just knowing what items you can interact with. So let's put this here and put this on top. I'm not necessarily sure how you are supposed to figure that out, but right. Hi bird, it's waving. Yes indeed. A lovely bird. I never know if such birds are crows or ravens, but it's a lovely bird nonetheless. And then we have a bit of a animation here, so that makes sense. And that's our poor beloved. That's where we have to go. And again, really nice how those flowers surround her. Those flowers will be collectibles throughout the game, one being in this room. It's a core bestie. Core with bestie. Yes. I had to think about for a moment, but I understood it. Bye, core bestie. Oh, maybe we will meet with other corvids.
Whenever Harry closed his eyes, those memories were already there. That evening, Harry and Zula were resting at the top of the hill. All of a sudden, a star with a long, bright tail fell from the sky. Zula, hypnotized by what she saw, decided to follow it. Harry wanted to go with her, but Zula stopped him, explaining that according to an old legend, it's a girl who finds a fallen star that will be given the gift of eternal love.
Now I'm curious what that star really was. Was it the globe we found in this room? I'm not sure. Also, I'm not sure if this so-called witch's hut is Zula's. But here we are on the next level, and let's try to do this in the fewest possible steps. So we need to take this makeshift bridge, put it here, and go down here. So far that's good. Take this, and here we have a tiny bit of trouble because I don't know the solution to this puzzle, but that's fine. We'll try to figure it out. So we have these two wheels that work together with this middle one, and we have to turn these pieces in a way that they form a tube. Now, when I first looked at this, it was pretty obvious that we have to somehow direct this pool of water to here. But there's also a pipe here, and I wonder if we can do something with that. However, once you solve the puzzle, you can't change the orientation of any of these pieces. So first we have to figure this out. Okay, so that rotated this and this. Now I want to rotate this, because if that happens, this should be a complete system. The only question is, which wheel does that? Not this one. Okay, that's not bad. That's good there. But that's not. This one rotated this and this. I don't think that water should be clean. Well, who knows if it's clean? Oh, fuck's sake. I solved the puzzle again without wanting to solve the puzzle. This happened before. I'm always trying to somehow connect the top piece and I always manage to do the exact opposite. That's fine. Let's try again. Because, as I said, I should do it in the fewest steps possible. The idea of connecting this pipe is only a crazy thought of mine. I'm not sure if that would give a trophy. Not that I'm sure about any of the trophies, but we already have a few that were given for solving puzzles in the fewest possible steps. So we want to rotate this one, and this one, right? Now this... No. This one and this one is rotated by, I think, the middle. Yeah, so this is now good. This one is, I think, rotated by this. Yeah, that's good. And this will rotate this one. Is this the fewest possible steps? I mean, it is the shortest path, in my opinion. This one rotated this. That was the only way to rotate this one. This rotates these two. And this one rotates this. So that's only rotated by this. And also this. So from this pipeline, each of these pieces are only rotated by one of these wheels. This is actually rotated by two, so we could play around with that a bit, but that is not necessary for this route. Now we could mess around a bit with maybe a different route. However, what I'm noticing is this piece is completely pointless, because if it's like this, imagine that it connects to this pipe. We could make a pipe by rotating this and this piece that connects here, right? And so it ends here, it comes up like so, it does a little loop, it enters this and then goes up, right? That's fine. We can also turn this so it goes up. But that's it. Because this is not a straight piece. So we would need to turn here and then this is a dead end because this is already turned into a loop. So this piece is completely impossible to use in a closed tube. Now, if I want to connect this, then it goes down here, turns to the left, then turns here, and goes down. So that might be possible, but I'm not sure. for this attempt, at least, I think this was the fewest steps we could achieve. And we needed all 3 of the wheels. Now, we want to go up here, take this ladder, use it as a makeshift bridge, go here, use the board, take the ladder, give back its ladder purpose, and swiftly make our exit. And we got absolutely nothing. But that's fine. Now let's see if it's actually possible to do anything with that second pipe. It would be pointless entirely, since there is no water in that pipe. But, you know, when you are hunting trophies, you never know. Can we do something with this? The problem is I keep solving the other tube, and so I have to restart. That is called being too good, which is not something that happens to me often. Now let's see. If we turn this piece and then this piece and then this piece, then it comes down here and it solves the puzzle. We cannot connect this and this pipe. That's impossible. What we have to do is connect this. So let's be careful not to solve it. This rotates which ones? Rotates 4 of them. Now this one is unimportant. That doesn't do anything, as we figured out, at least for our attempts here. This is good. This is good. This one is also rotated by this. That's good to know. It's kind of off-putting to me that they don't rotate, they kind of just flip into existence. But that's fine. Okay. So this one rotates this and this one. Right. Do we need this one? No, we don't. So if I keep this like this, that prevents the puzzle from being solved. Okay, that should be like that. That's good. That's good indeed. That's not good. That's not good either. Okay, that's actually good. I don't know how that happened, because they turned 90 degrees both and then they just kind of did a flip, but fine. So I think I did what I wanted and it didn't do anything. Which is actually the expected result. But that's how science works. You can't just say that nothing will happen. You have to do it and prove that nothing happened. Yes, even nothing can be proven. And it's not as easy as you might think. Also, there is a pipe here, but that doesn't make much sense for us. Can I jump down here while we're on the topic of insane ideas? No. No, Harry is not suicidal. Good for him. Good for him. I mean, he has his love to live for. Even though she is dead. But, you know, bringing back your wife is no easy task. And she's not even her wife. I mean, his wife. Oh, these genders. Now, we have the board, and I want to try one additional thing. And that is, can I use the board now? I mean, yes, that little ledge there is underwater, but really? Really? You cannot possibly step into the water because, I don't know, you would just drown in it right away. Fair enough. But I don't think there's much on this map to do, so let's go on to the next one. Why am I always on the last level? I'm not there yet. Stop foreshadowing. And here we are in my favorite map. In the dungeon. It's not my kind of dungeon, but it's a dungeon nonetheless. So that is a dog. Or an ancient depiction of a dog. Well, medieval. I'm not sure if that's even ancient. So, let's see what we can do. Now, as we figured out, the fella over here really doesn't care about our presence. We can even try to grab his belly and, well, it doesn't happen, but he doesn't much care about it. And you see, this is why it's important to pursue what you are passionate about. Because look at this man here. He is obviously bored. He doesn't care about his work whatsoever. He's just doing it because it pays him. But at the same time, he is doing a decent job at best. And he's looking for some pleasure, some relief at the bottom of the bottle. You know, some people would kill, literally, for his job. And they can't get it because it's already taken. So don't be like this poor person and do what you want. Do what you're passionate about. Even if you can't do it as a job right away, do it as a hobby and you will get better at it. And then maybe you can find a job and be happy to work. Now, this is no excuse to start murdering and torturing people in the hopes of getting this kind of a job. Because it's outdated. So, you know, think about other professions. Not this one. This is for monsters only. Now let's see what we can do here. Get the tongue. I would say the cat got their tongue, but Harry is no cat. And going back. Yes, yes, doggo. Don't worry about it. Now, we need to open this Can I interact with anything else? I mean, I guess I can interact with these being the same object. And here I know the solution already. As I figured it out, we have to choose the symbol that is not on the tongues or papers. I'm really not sure if these are supposed to be tongues or papers. Yes, a tongue is long, but it does not come out the mouth like this. So this is here. This is also here. This is there. This is also there. That's not. Okay. This is there. This is not there. Okay, that's great. This is already used. I'm assuming this one is not. So this is some kind of a poison, I'm assuming. You know, the skull and bones kind of gives it away. Another thing why you might not want to just do a job that you hate and doing a half-hearted attempt of working is because someone might try to poison you just to get your position or your special keys. He's probably fine. Can we actually maybe get anyone out of here, or we just totally don't care? Yeah, Harry really doesn't care about the people here. They're here for a reason, right? Okay, get that. Alright, we need this. The only one person he actually frees is not because he wants to, but because he needs the iron bowl. How charming. I'm positively sure I can't take this because it would make such a beautiful wall decoration. No? Okay. Here you go, Duggo. No! Don't go there. Harry! Harry, come on. I mean, this is not an interaction, so I'm assuming I'm still working things out in the fewest possible steps, but there's no reason to take another dozen steps. Alright. Now I think this one is the oh, this is the cannon one. I think we are already, or thought we are already running from the cannon balls. Now, here's the thing. I'm still slightly confused about this entire section. Let's try to figure it out. So, we have 4 possible targets. This one, this one, this one, and this one. And we have to look for that particular house. So this one is right here. And change the angle of the cannon in a way that it's possible for it to hit that house. No, because we can't, or at least I couldn't figure out how to turn the cannon around. As far as I know, this house you cannot hit, because it is only shown in this scope, I guess, when the cannon is here, and this cannon only goes as far as 15 degrees to the right and not to the left, so that's out of the question. But there could be a trophy here for only maybe firing one cannonball. So we have this house. Where is this? Is it this one? I think it's this one. But once again, that's to its left, so I don't think I can do that. As far as I remember from the previous stream, we can only destroy 2 houses. And by that I mean we can really only hit 2 of them. Now that one is here. So we can hit that. That one is there. We can also hit that. And that one is here. I don't think we can hit that because it's kind of right behind it, and again 15 degrees to the right. Now what I'm somewhat confused about is the fact that we have this here. Get that thing out of the way. So we have this here, 2 bones sticking out of the wall and a piece of paper pinned to it by one of them. And on this I'm assuming there's a house which is maybe the target, and there should be one here that's also a target. But I'm not sure which house that is, because the 2 targets we can actually hit is not this one, not this one, is this one. Now this seems to have 2 chimneys there and a kind of tower on the right. Well, this has a tower on the right, but it's much bigger than this one, and no chimneys. The other target we can actually hit is this one, which has no chimneys whatsoever. So this might be these 2 next to each other, but this building is actually taller than this, so the tower here being taller than the building would suggest that it's not these 2. But let's see what we can do here. Let's try to hit this one. I think this is the best we can do here. 55 or 35 degrees. Let's try 55. It wasn't 55, 35. Oh, I'm shooting at the wrong one. That's that, not that. Oh my goodness. Don't ever give me a cannon like this. I will destroy the wrong buildings. Alright, well, Let's see. Also an interesting tidbit is we can in theory interact with this, but we have absolutely no items around that we could maybe pick up to then use here. So why we can interact with it, I have absolutely no idea. Alright, let's try to actually get the right building this time around. Okay, that's the one. No, Harry, go back. No, that's too low. That's too low. I think that will be good. Yes, that's a hit. Okay, and the next one. Yeah, that's the one. This is tricky, but I will say that's 60 degrees because that's the lowest it can go. Are you kidding me? How did you miss that? Okay, 55. Okay, we did it. Nothing happened. Lovely. Is there another building I can hit maybe? Or I have to shoot something multiple times? No, that didn't work. I mean, 15 degrees on this one. Soldier! Oh, because I hit a target with each cannonball? Because I shot at one of the buildings twice. So I was just about to restart there. But let's see. Soldier. Never miss your target. Well, I wasn't really using a sniper rifle like that one. More like an oversized cannon like this one. But it's true, we never hit anything else. We never missed. And that's the interesting part of how trophies are worded and how they are coded, because here we didn't have to just use the free cannonballs to hit the free buildings. We had to only hit the buildings, so you could shoot, I'm assuming, as many cannonballs as you want, as long as you only hit those specific buildings. So that's interesting, a bit of a loophole in the trophy, which is always interesting to see how these trophies work and achievements work, except because you can only unlock them once to really figure out the exact. You have to work together with others and maybe check some guides. But an ad is here, and you know what that means. That means we need another word, and I will need to update my word list on the weekend. Oh, faux pas. Now that is a French word, or more specifically a French phrase. Certified one, just look at it. I do believe it means a big blunder, a mistake. And funny enough, I heard it in an interview once. That's when I added it to my list. But recently I saw it in an online cartoon. Or not a cartoon, my bad, a web comic. And it kind of surprised me, because I don't think this is a phrase that people use often. But let's see what it means exactly. a significant or embarrassing error or mistake, especially a socially awkward or improper act or remark. Interesting. And its etymology, it comes from French, literally meaning false step. That's interesting. So in a social environment, making the wrong move in a way, as I understand. Lovely. I really like collecting these words, even though they are on my list for a long time before they become a part of my active vocabulary, because every time I see them, I learn a bit more about how to use them. Because even though learning words from a dictionary obviously works, you only get the definition, now not the context in which it works. And so I always try to look for real life examples of a word and try to figure out just how people actually use the words before I try to mimic the patterns that I learn along the way and observe other people use. But in the case of rare words like this one, it's tricky because I can really count the number of times I ever heard it. And that being 2. But it's a lovely phrase. Now back to the game, and let's see what we need to do next. Now this is the cannonball part, and I'm almost certain that there is a trophy for not getting hit. It's kind of obvious. Now the first one, that's easy because the explosions happen in a sequence from left to right. Here we only have one, so that's easy to time. Here they hit pretty much at the same time, even though there is some change here. Interesting. So first it was left, right, and then happening at the same time, and then right, left. But we kind of got through that. Here is the same left, right. And why it can be tricky is because you can stop in between, at least as far as I know. And if the timing is such that you don't have enough of a window between the 2 explosions and the next 2 explosions, you actually have to start running before the second hit. So the first one, the left one, hits, you start moving, and while you are running and crossing this part, this will hit, and by the time you get there, you can actually cross this part as well and survive. But it's a bit trickier. And here I think it's kind of working on that logic, because you can see that there's a really small window between the second hitting and then the pattern repeating with the first one hitting. At least sometimes. It's kind of working in a sequence, so there are multiple timings happening. I don't know how I survived that. However, I did click in between and the character did not stop there. So you have to go through both. Okay, that... I don't know. I got through this once and I don't know how. I think the idea is that the first one explodes and the fourth one explodes. Then you start moving. The second one explodes. The fifth one explodes. You continue. The third one explodes. And then you can cross the rest, hopefully. But I'm not necessarily sure when you have to start, because if you go right after the first one, then you go through the first, the second and the third, but the fourth will get you. So I think what we have to do is, let's say we start after the second. If we do that, then we get to the third. The first one explodes and the fourth one explodes, right? So we have explosions on both sides, and actually we have explosions happening behind us, kind of chasing us further. But because that happens while we're on the third, we are safe. We can go move on to the fourth. The second and the fifth explodes, and then we can step on to the fifth. The third explodes and we are safe. So I think we should be moving after the second. Something like this. How long is this sequence? Oh goodness. Now here you just want to be as quick as you possibly can. So right as the first one explodes, you're running. Oh goodness. You can go down here and find a flower, if I'm not mistaken, a collectible, but we already got that. It was here. Evasion! Yes! We are not even on the image. Yes, we did it. And we can leave. Well, I did it first try. I mean, I already played the game, but kind of first try.
Harry would never forget what happened next. The water surrounding the village rose up and turned pitch black. People dropped dead where they stood, and crows circled in the sky above. Someone said they had seen Zula following the star a few days earlier. That was enough to accuse her of witchcraft.
That's suspicious. What do you mean suspicious? It was a totally official way to get that trophy. Now, first try, but not first playthrough. I mean, it was the first try and the second playthrough, and that is entirely true. Oh wow, that's a Dodrio. But it's not a Dodrio. It's a Dodocto. Yes, it is a Dodocto. You are indeed correct. If it has 8 heads, and I do believe it has 8 heads. A new Pokemon. Maybe you could turn it into a Fakemon. So let's see what we got. Evasion. Yes. Well, that's one way to evade, I guess, if the cannonballs just ricochet off of you. Dodge all cannonballs. Yes. I even dodged the camera. Harry is nowhere to be seen. That's why I love these screenshots that the PlayStation takes when you get a trophy, because they tell a sort of tale. It's a memory of the time when you earned the trophy that is shown in the image taken then. And I still don't understand why Steam cannot do such a thing. Because Steam has its overlay, it has its own screenshot system, it has its achievement system. But as far as I know, if you get an achievement on Steam, and I might be wrong because it's been a time that I spent a considerable time on Steam, but if you get an achievement and you take a screenshot in Steam, I'm not sure if you actually capture the achievement notification. But even if yes, why isn't there a way to make that an automatic feature in Steam? I could, but I have other things to do today. Oh, what are you doing, if I can ask? I'm sure you are working on some wonderful art. It is Friday, and on Friday Write works with pixel art, I think. Okay, get the knife out of the fish's eye. I'm not sure why the fish's eye fades like that. I can't do anything with the fish hanging here, which is strange. Also, imagine the sushi you could make out of such a huge fish that you need a ladder to climb down its side. Even though, to be perfectly honest, tuna can be ginormous. Wait, I picked up the knife and the handle, and Harry just put it together on his own? Interesting. Well, this is how you halve a fish, and then quarter a fish. And this is how you cut it into 8 pieces with only one cut. I don't think that would work, honestly. Fish are slippery. I don't think you could do such a thing. Also, I'm not sure why the giant fish had tiny fishes in its mouth. But I'm asking too many questions. Now there is interior bug here. If you try to feed the bird too quickly, it doesn't work. And I mean, I am kind of throwing nothing. I'm not sure if that is how it was in my first playthrough. But we can take a look at this lock. Why do I think that I'm missing something? Oh, I need that. Sorry, I'll be back in a moment. Thank you. I have a key. And with that key, I shall free the Dodocto. Okay, so... So let's pick these up. And try to make sense of this. So I guess one wheel... Or one wheel... It's not a wheel, it's a gear. That's already there and that's already there. Great. Now if I look at the distances between the gears, I think the small ones can only go here. And then we need the big ones to somehow connect these. And if I remember correctly, this is how I did it previously. And apparently that's not a trophy. I think on my first try I placed at least one incorrectly because I was trying different things. Alright, this lovely place. Oh, I love this place. Okay, so first of all we need this hammer. And then we need your mask and your nose, which is apparently a sword blade. Then we need this, which is only the hilt of a sword, because it was all a lie. And then we need to put the blade and the hilt on this rather conveniently placed anvil and just hammer it together so we have a sword. With said sword we need to chop off a hand. I said chop it off! Dull fucking piece of... Come on! Couldn't even cut the bone cleanly through. Terrible. And now we have a bird. Some kind of a bird. Hello there, bird. I need your help. Great. You are just in position. So now I can scare the bird that spits out something that the rat wants to eat. Unfortunately, I cannot pet the rat, which is a terrible, terrible thing. Again, such a missed opportunity there. And then I can give the money to... I'm assuming you are the captain? And off we go! Who cares about that piece of wood there? And we're here. Alrighty. I don't know much about astrology, but we'll figure it out. So we have the rope and the bucket, which we need to use here. There is this little notch here that is made for lowering the bucket into the water with the rope, apparently. And now we can use our broom to clean all this yuckety yuck and see that, which is important for some reason. Also, that is a rather handsome moon. I mean, just saying. Okay, so let's try to figure this out. Again. Okay, so I can choose whatever star group I want to look at. They are called constellations. Know that I can actually remember the bloody word. And I still don't know which one we are actually looking at. Maybe the one behind the moon, I'm not sure. But we are looking for one that looks like this, and I think that's this one. And now we have to go here and solve the puzzle. Oh goodness. So this is the VR that's there, and this is the same thing but mirrored, I think. So we have to find the other 4 here and their mirror images here. Okay, we do not have a circle or a cross shape. We do have an E looking symbol and its mirror image. So that's fine. Also the other 2 were mirror images of the symbols we saw earlier here, so that is reassuring. Now, this, we don't have one like this. We have a similar, because this is similar, but this has a quarter of it sectioned off, and this has half and then 2 quarters. And that's not it. Oh, that looks a bit like this, but again, not the same. I think this is close to this one. Except, why it's tricky, because here it looks like this is a sort of R. So this bottom part is like the upper part of an R, a capital R. And here that may be the case as well, but we don't see because it's overhanging this spot and these lines are obstructing it. But if this symbol is this symbol, then we shouldn't be looking for it here. But this one, we should. Now this looks like a star with a triangle next to it. So a star in a circle. This is a circle with a kind of triangle, and the star kind of, that side of it is not straight, the right side. But let's see if we can find a mirror image. Well, that's not a mirror image for sure. That is a mirror image. Here, let's see if we can find one. No, I remember this one. This was interesting because it looks a bit like this one, which I said is like a person with its arms spread. But the little line above is horizontal. Here it's vertical, so that's no good for us. That is good, and I think this once again is vertical. This is not. That's horizontal, and that is horizontal as well. Do we get a trophy for it? Huh? Something, maybe? No? No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Lovely. Okay. Well, I guess we are fighting a kraken, so let's get our bowls. Our bowls of steel. Okay, we have our bowl. we will dip our bowls in this warm tar and then coat it with these pieces of shrapnel and glass. And then we need to ring this bell so the gentleman comes up. And not too soon, but not too late either. Okay, let's try that again. So without scaring the gentleman up. You little... Supper is ready. Get your butt up here. Finally. Okay, so we get this. I wasn't there. Definitely wasn't. Oh, we also need this rod. And now we have to put everything together. What do you mean you don't know what to do? You put the bowl inside of the hole. Oh, come on. Okay, you first clean the hole. Fair point. So this cannon has two parts you can interact with, the barrel and then its backside. So first we have to clean out the barrel and then put our bowl in it, shove it deep inside, that's it. And then we put the fuse, put the fuse there, you moron. Alright, we light the fuse right away. So first we get it nice and close to the Kraken, who absolutely shouldn't be hurt in such a way. But they were already shot at, it seems. And then we can use the fuse and get the Kraken to give up on its idea of eating us. Oh, a parting gift. A huge hole in the hole. That's no good. Now the only thing that I'm messed up here is if you have to get the fuse right away without alerting the guard even once. But here I'm almost sure there will be a trophy for not getting caught or killed even once. Because this was rather difficult the first time around. So in the first phase of this fight you just have to avoid the tentacle. That's doable. I mean, not everyone wants to do it, but it's doable. Then we have to avoid the sinking debris. I'm trying to stay in the middle, because in the third phase we have to avoid the debris and the tentacle. And I'm not good at multitasking. Oh! Oh, come on, I was not there. Kraken-chan is trying. I understand, but as I always say, consent. Ask first. Maybe I don't want to drown and have fun at the same time. You know, some people like breath play. That's fine. But discuss limits first. Also, you're not good at multitasking. No, I'm terrible at them. All kinds of multitasking. Okay, back to... So this was the ship. This, I'm assuming, is the constellations because of the moon. So this is the shipwreck. And then we have this. You seem to have no issue praising me and lying at the same time. Praising you and lying at the same time? When did I do that? I hardly ever lie. I can't remember such. Please refresh my memory. What did I say? Oh. No, no, Kraken. Vetting first, then the fun. Oh, no, no. So I think there are 5 lanes of sort in which you can stay in. And if you try to move just a bit, then the game will drag you into the closest of such lanes. And that's what happened the previous time. Oh, I was too slow. I was too slow. I should have gone to the left. But I was already committed to going to the right. Also, why is the screen so dark now? Leave me alone! I don't want little octopus babies! No! Also, look at all the horrified fish in the background. They've seen some things. Okay, first phase is done. Oh. This is the second. Just stay in the middle. Just stay in the middle. Because then I always had... Again, I wanted to move to the right. Kraken appears. And I don't have the time to go to the left. This will be a tough one to get through, but we'll do it. Leave me alone. You have plenty of fish to play with. Or find another octopus. Imagine all the tentacles coiled up together. Like 2 snakes. Have you ever seen 2 snakes embrace? It's rather romantic. Okay. Look out for the debris. And for the octopus. I'm being attacked from up, from down. Oh, no, I wanted to go to the left. And obviously it backfired. And why I have to restart constantly is because there are checkpoints along the way in the beginning of each phase. And this is probably the most difficult one so far. No. Maybe I just keep swimming back and forth. You can catch me, ha ha ha. Except if I get cornered, which is more than possible. Also, how deep is Harry? How many fathoms have we passed on our way down? And again. So here my idea was, let's just go to the left, and even if the octopus appears, swim past. The game does not let you. So you have to wait for the last possible moment to avoid the debris, so you can see which side the octopus wants to appear on. Wrong one. Wrong map. This is the next map. There might be a trophy there as well. There might be. But we're not there yet. Leave me alone. You oversized bad dragon. No, 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 no. At least invite me to dinner first. And I do not eat seafood. No. So here we can swim over the octopus. Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. We have a bigger time frame. Or a longer one. This one is messing with me. The first two I can get through. The first two. The third phase is where I'm struggling. All right. Try to move as little as we need. Only move if we need to. Really? Really? I mean, I can't say that it's a long sequence. I see this is the greatest boss fight in this game. This looks bad for someone with thalassophobia. Oh, this is the wrong one again. Which phobia is that? Let me think. Fears of being in deep bodies of water. Yeah. I mean, if you are suffering from such a phobia, maybe you shouldn't go on a ship that is crossing the seas. Though it is true that it's our bad luck that we get attacked by a kraken. It rarely ever happens. Oh, come on. Don't tell me what to do. I didn't tell you what to do, it was just my suggestion, but I didn't know you were afraid of large bodies of water. Good to know. I have a few game suggestions. Now I just don't like them. I see. Have you played Soma yet? They are wet. Yeah, indeed. And that's not dry. I see today you are sharing some pure gems of wisdom. Indeed, water is wet, and that is not dry. Who would have guessed? Even though there is the old scientific question of whether or not water is wet, because water makes things wet, but in itself, is it? Alright. I mean, does water make itself wet? Okay, we are actually doing something here. Just have to be patient. Be patient. Hold your breath, Harry. Oh, come on, how long is this sequence? We did it! Diver! And also dire, based on the number of times I drowned. Well, the question is flawed. Wet is not a scientific term. Oh, definitely not in my dictionary, but please do tell, what is the scientific term for wet or wetness? Hydrated. Oh, I see. That's rather interesting because, but it's not the same. Well, most streamers are dehydrated. That's interesting. Why did the rather scientific term hydrate became such a staple of streaming? Because hydration means the presence of water, not the sensation. I am dehydrated. Now that is not good. So wait, hydration means the presence of water, not the sensation. Yes, but as far as I understand, for something to be wet, water or some kind of liquid has to be present. Now let's just stick with water. If for something to be wet, it requires the presence of water, can water be wet because it is present? Can water hydrate itself? That's the question. Or, to put it in another kind of question, what makes water wet? I don't know, that's semantics. I love messing around with words. It's such a lovely world. Now, what do we need now? We might have a trophy here as well. Give me that leaf. Give me that. No, you love messing around with me. Why would I do that? What is this about? Messing with you and lying to you with praises? I feel like you are upset about something. Give me that. Okay, we have to be a bit quicker than that. So first we need the tools. At least I think. We also need this bit of lumber. Give me that. Oh, come on. So we need to pick up the pieces of wood that we can actually see highlighted here. And if we get the wrong piece, then we miss one from our makeshift boat, like so. So we have to be careful about which ones we are picking up. So this is the second. So first has this little protrusion right here. This has a missing V shape. This one has a notch on its side. And the last one has a straight edge. Not that small. Not straight enough. That's the one. Now I still made a mistake, so we will have to restart this, but we know the pieces that we need. Straight, I can't relate. And I can only relate halfways? That's the tricky business of appreciating every gender. Because if you break up with someone, they go one way, and well, I go both and more. Now let's get the pieces. Leaf, rod, battle axe, because that's a great way to fish for pieces of lumber. Alright, let's try to get them on the first try. That's the first one. I'm trying to position the cursor a bit to the left so I can actually get the pieces in time. Because if I put it somewhere here, by the time Harry goes through the motion of swinging the battle axe, the piece already drifted away. I think this is one. Yeah, that's great. That's not. That's actually the first one. We already have that. That's a tiny one, which is not bad, but not in the shape we want. That's the one. Ha ha! Without a mistake, we did it. And now we can get whatever the heck is here. And we can cut this free with the knife. And now we have a helping fish, giving us a helping fin, I think. That wasn't a trophy. It could have been. It wasn't. I don't really think...
If only Harry could erase this terrible memory. Ordeal by water was supposed to reveal the truth about Zula, but Harry didn't believe in the guilt of his beloved. Although sometimes, when she would disappear in the night, disturbing dreams were haunting him. In them he seen Zula deep in the dark forest, dancing frantically by a fire.
Oh, interesting. So, I wasn't sure if the body we lift from the water is Zula's, because in the first cutscene in Harry's memory we see her hanged, But here it actually mentions the ordeal by water and the wooden frame. So I think that was indeed Zulu, and if that's true, then I think the cat was hers, and then the house was hers too, which is interesting because in that way she was doing some rather interesting things. I mean, other than dancing by fire, which I'm not sure why it's a terrible thing, but she had a nice collection of oddities, which I have to say I find rather fascinating, but most would be somewhat concerned. Because it's not safe. What would children think of that? Children? Oh, I have no clue about that. There are no children around here. My streams are as child safe as probably running with scissors. Now, let's get this basket down. The children in the universe of Harry. Ooh, good question. Do we see any children in the game? I don't think. Heck, the real life children. They should not be here. Oh, definitely they should not be here. Can I get that? No, I can't. Okay. Well, then I guess we get this. No, we don't get it. Alright, apparently I'm missing something important. So we will need... Oh, we will need this rope, silly me. Because we need to make a backpack. And then we can take this rib. And we can take this rib. And take this sharpened rib. And this is our makeshift rib sharpening station. Something you don't see in most games, but it is most useful. We have to go up there. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, and there we go. Not sure why we kept the knife, but we ascended the cliff. What else can we do? Oh, this will be interesting. So here we need to put these stones in the right combinations onto these chains. And I think one of them had 2 hanging down in the correct combination, but I'm honestly not sure. So let's see if I'm right. Apparently I am not. That doesn't seem correct. Yeah, that seems properly incorrect. Okay, put it on this one. That's not right either. I put it on... Wait a moment. I know I have to kill those mosquitoes later on, but what if I don't? What if I turn Harry into mosquito food? What do you mean you don't know what to do there? Why don't you know what to do there? We can't go up there, which I know for a fact. But apparently we have to kill the mosquitoes no matter what. Okay. Is there a way to go that way? Can you just jump over there? No. No, of course you can't. Well, try to figure this out. I put it on this one. Okay, that's it. So I kind of remembered somewhat correctly. So it's 0, 1, 2. Let's do that. I'm not sure why we can't just solve the puzzle right away, to be perfectly honest, but we have to do what the game wants. So this goes here. Interesting that the stone appears on the chain before it disappears from Harry's arms, but that's fine. There you go, first try. Happy? Apparently not. Okay. Get this. Kill the oversized mosquitoes. Come on, Harry. Yeah. Yeah, you probably shouldn't inhale that. There was a flower, but we already have those. And now, I guess, we can solve this puzzle. Why only now? I have not the slightest of clues. Harry, what the heck is going on now? Oh, I know, you're just being slow again. Well, an ad break is here, which means that we have to stop. Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. But first, it's time for another word. Give me a good one. Hippopotamus! Well, that's just a hippo, but oh, it's a heck of a word to spell. That's for sure. And what's throwing me off with it every time is in this one word, it's so important where you put the stress. I think it's on the third syllable, if I'm not mistaken. And when I tried to, not even memorize it, because I already knew the word, but just getting better at pronouncing it correctly, I always said hippo and just kind of got confused, like, how do you continue? Because it has this sort of rhythm. Where is it? Yes, so hippopotamus. and the pa part is the main stress. Apparently the secondary stress is in the beginning. And an interesting tidbit is its plural form. It's not the standard S. So it's hippopotamus and hippopotami, which is interesting. Let me see what's the definition just for the fun of it. Any of the family of very large, four-toed, chiefly aquatic herbivores. Mammals having a very large head and mouth, that's kind of rude. And it's also interesting because when you're writing the definition, it's rather difficult, honestly, to write definitions, in my opinion. Especially when it comes to language, because when you are describing something in, let's say, mathematics, there's only one right way of going about it. But here, not every hippopotamus looks the same. And there are no base values. So what is small, what is large? Nearly hairless. Wow. Well, the dictionary almost said they are balding. Wow. Thick gray skin. Oh, sorry. So the skin is hairless. Long lower canine teeth, and let me tell you, hippopotami are extremely dangerous. They kill a lot of people every year. And it's rather interesting how people will say that sharks are dangerous when they barely kill people, most of the time at least. And some other animals people just completely forget about. And relatively short legs, well, compared to the body, I guess. And including 2 living species. Wow, there are only 2. That's interesting. Typically weighs between 3 to 4 tons. Imagine that. 3 to 4 tons chasing you. Oh, and that's a brick. But the window took the hit that time. Even though I'm out of Windows at this point, I mean, I've been out of Windows for a rather long time at this point. But guten Abend, Zeph. How has been your day so far? Or overall? Now I'm guessing that I need to recover something from these mosquitoes, and that's why it was important for me to kill them. Oh, I needed a stick! Oh, silly me. Oh, also, welcome in, Elior. I just woke up. Oh, I see. Living a nocturnal lifestyle lately? Or you've been exhausted? I have to admit, I do not know what the name of this game is. I've seen it before. I know it has a logic to it and how you can solve it. Let me try to find what it is called. Now this is not the one. So these are rings, but they have different sizes. Tower. Is it called Tower? I have no clue. Tower of Hanoi. Interesting. Is a mathematical game or puzzle consisting of 3 rods, so the 3 rods are important, and a number of discs of various diameters, which can slide onto any rod. I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly, but I will just say, hopefully I didn't ruin it. I'm curious what the origins of this game might be. So apparently I was wrong. Not a big surprise when it comes to pronunciation. So it would be Tower of Hanoi. Hanoi being the capital city of Vietnam. But I'm not sure what the exact connection between this mathematical puzzle and the city is. Oh, thank you, Elior, for the hydrate. I greatly appreciate it. I spent so much time drowning in this game, I almost forgot about it. Also, thank you, Zev, for waiting until I drank. I greatly appreciate it. It's really difficult to enjoy a nice cup of tea with a finger booping your nose, let me tell you. Though you might not know the feeling, but let me promise, once I get the chance. Oh, your nose. Your nose will be under attack. Now let's try to solve this. So the idea is that you can place any of these rings on top of another, but only if the one you are placing is smaller. So we take this smallest one, place it here. Now this one we can obviously put back, but that wouldn't make much sense. Or we can place it here. No, we can't, because it is larger. So we can only put it here. Now we can place this here, and we built a tiny pyramid or tower. Now we can put this here, and we need to put this bottom one here. But we can move two at the same time, so we have to place this back, put this here, and make this. Now we do this, and here's the tricky part, because what I did last time around, I moved this one here, but then I could only move this one here, this middle one, and I couldn't move the bottom, the biggest one, to its place here, because what you have to do is think ahead of time, place this here, and do this. And as far as I know, this would be the fewest steps. Now, as I can recall, Tower of Hanoi. Well, there's the answer to our question. So, as far as I know, the point is to move the tower from the left to the right. You can move it to the middle as well. And I will try to do that. I don't think it will do anything, but let's give it a try. Because in a way you are solving the puzzle like that as well. You are just switching which place you actually want to build a full tower. But let's not get ahead of ourselves because we need to move these first. Come on, come on. Get that. And get rid of the mosquitoes. There was actually a game I wanted to play during summer that is about mosquitoes. But it never really fit into my schedule, which is funny because I make my own schedule. And so I missed the opportunity, but maybe next year, I mean this year, I will do it. I need to get my PlayStation Plus subscription back for it, however. Okay, so we have the stack. What's a schedule? It's a pesky annoying thing. Also, we can run. I don't know why I don't do that more. In the image, the tower is actually on the right side. Just saying. Not on the left. So let me think. Schedule is a miserable pile of days. Oh, that's such nice wording. So last time I think I placed the bigger one here, so now I will do it the other way around. Am I doing this right? Not sure. I think yes. Because now the bottom one, the biggest one, will be in the middle. Will this be accepted as a solution of the puzzle? Because in a way you are solving it. But you are not doing what you were asked. Not that in this game you are asked anything. I think the idea is that it's such a well-known puzzle that you are kind of just expected to know it. But apparently no, it is not accepted. It is not an accepted way of doing it. Eat the sticks. No, one of the sticks came from a mosquito. That wouldn't be sanitary. Boo, that's cheating. I mean, I'm not cheating. I was just testing what the game accepts as a correct answer. I should get ready to walk dog. But I'm bleeding. Now let's not focus on the elongated vowels and ask for some context. Why? I'm not sure if I want to ask why are you bleeding or where are you bleeding from. The second sounds kind of inappropriate and too personal, so let's go with the first. Is that a wiener dog? I actually don't know what kind of dog Urite has. I think he said an old dog, but that's about it. I'm just bleeding, dies. Wow. That was sudden. No, he's fluffy. Are there no fluffy wiener dogs? I'm pretty sure that there is some specialized breed. Blood for the blood god. Maybe that will be a trophy in this game as well. Have you tried not bleeding? Would highly recommend. You see, Alior is giving some great advice there. I tried it, but it decided to not like it, and it started bleeding again. Time to teach your body a lesson. I'm not sure how that will go. Now let's see, we have the diver. I didn't check that well. Escape the Kraken untouched. Oh, and the icon is a merman. I'm assuming, if that is Harry. Tell it you don't care. I worry the answer would be neither do I. Because as I learned, Urite and his body are two different entities. Also, kind of, his brain is a different entity as well. So I'm not really sure how they managed to work together. But honestly, it is a nightmare of trying to coordinate it all. At least I would think it is. If you tell it no, then it can't keep doing it. Easy fix. That's how it works. Do you have any advice for a broken mind? I would say asking for a friend, but it's painfully obvious that I would be lying. Yeah, don't worry about it. Stop telling me what to worry about. I want to worry about you, and you can't do anything about it. Put the brain in the jar and shake it. Wow, that would be rude. I don't know, hearing that there's a brain in a jar brings up many ideas. One would be actually Psychonauts, that I watched Urite play. But the other one is from a lovely movie, a Frankenstein movie, where they fetch a brain, I think in a jar, and they create a monster, and the monster is a bit unstable. And it turns out that the brain that they got wasn't of the scientist they wanted, but what was the name of the person? Abby something. Abby Normal, I think it was the name. And it turns out that they put an abnormal brain in a ginormous muscular monstrosity. It's an absolutely lovely movie. No, don't shake the brain jar. Yes, that's just rude. Just leave it in the corner of the room until it has learned its lesson. And also put a lid on it if you have a cat nearby. Yeah, don't shake it. Teach it that if it doesn't listen, it just gets disembodied. A brain in a jar is already disembodied. The liquid gets very muddy. I'm not sure what would happen. Oh, all the shaking might break it up, but it would need to be rather violent. Shake, shake, no. It loses flavor. Wow. And it becomes even more broken when you put it back in. Speaking from experience. Really? From experience, you say? I'm learning so many interesting things about people around here. But here we are, escaping Harry and his buddy, the terrified fish. Escape the Kraken untouched. I love that wording. Because they wanted to touch us. Oh my. Trust the Fae. Oh, sure. That's a great idea, always. What I do in my dungeon is my business. You have a dungeon? For yourself? Wow, someone is rich. Yes, very fun. Oh, I am sure it is. It has great reviews. Oh. So you welcome guests? Kraken Virgin. Not really. I tried it a number of times. Let's say it took more attempts than any of the other trophies. And funny enough, it's not that rare. Finding all the collectible flowers, which I did in my first playthrough, is rarer. The stonemason is rarer, which I once again did in my first playthrough without even really thinking. Getting the true ending, which I got in my original playthrough, is again rarer. The God of Snakes, that I did with the guide, so that's fair. But the Tower of Hanoi is rarer. I could do that first try. I mean, I kind of know the solution, but it was only 4 rings. Master the puzzle. Even in the icon, there are more rings. And you can see there are more rings there in the image, and they are all on the right, even though we move them from the left. And even before we finish the puzzle, they are already on the right. And the door is clipping through that part of the image, but I'm assuming that is because that's a part that you can interact with, and so that's on a different layer in front of the background. Maybe that would load and the background wouldn't if we got the same error here. But I never got it here, only on 3 other levels. Let's see what these lovely people are talking about. Ask any of the people who visited. Oh, really? I didn't know people that enter dungeons would be visitors. I mean, they don't really live there, I'm assuming. Gotta crack the Kraken. Yeah. It's usually captives and harvested body parts. What kind of a dungeon are you talking about? Every respectable dungeon has dungeon monitors and a lot of security and lovely people to share your interest with. Now, it's got to be purely consensual in my dungeon. That's it. Unless kinky dungeon? Exactly. Zev gets it, yes. Purely consensual. Except if it's being pretended that it's not. But even then, it requires some planning and previous contracts. I do have a separate dungeon for other things, but we don't talk about that dungeon. You have 2 dungeons. Wow, someone is rather really rich. So that's where you have the harvested organs. I see. Oh, those dungeons. Now I don't go to those. I'm say so. Yes, we know. Though it makes me wonder, how do you know about these kind of dungeons if you are say so? You know about a number of dirty things for not being dirty at all. How did you keep yourself so clean? Every dungeon is a kinky dungeon if you are into that. To a certain degree, yes. If you're following certain rules. They are connected to each other as to not arouse suspicion. Well, I'm sure you are arousing a number of things other than suspicions. Yep, look at that smile. Look at that bloody meat slap smiling. I mean, that entire game, Super Meat Boy, who was his girlfriend? A piece of gauze, I think? That already kind of hints at things. I live in isolation. Ooh, I have a great idea of which game you should play. It has isolation in its title. Well, this dog requires walkies. Indeed. Indeed, they require it. Me next. You want walkies? What? That emote does not work. Lol. What kind of emote would have that string of characters? You want walkies? No comment. You can walk on your own. Hey, you can't talk to a puppy like that. If they are a puppy. Are you a puppy? I like walks with people though. I see. I won't be picking up your poop. I'm not sure if that is part of the usual variety of pet play. I'm sure there are such extremes. Okay, I would not do that in public. I'm getting more and more interested in what kind of things you do behind closed doors. Leash optional. But you see, I don't know about the laws of your country, but the leash is required in many countries if you are walking a dog in public places. So within your house, you don't need to put a leash on your doggo. Listen, I'm far away, enough away from people. Ooh. So wait, you are living in the middle of nowhere and you are using that to your advantage, you are saying. I can walk like 15 minutes in one direction behind my house and it's still just trees. I'm starting to wonder what kind of things those poor animals living in the woods around you have witnessed in the last few years. Because, you know, voyeurism is one thing, but again, consent. Not that you can really ask for the consent of squirrels and wild boars and birds and the occasional bear. It's like a 30-minute drive to Walmart on open roads with high-speed limits and like no traffic. Wow, you are lucky. But not always, because if your car breaks down, you are screwed. And not in the fun way. No, don't involve the animals. But if you are doing something in the woods, they are kind of involved because it's their home. If you are in your house, I think you mentioned you had some rodents in your house, so even then it's kind of their place. Your house is just in the way. That's why I have the dungeons. But there are rats in Elior's home. Yeah. And imagine all the tales they could share. They have seen things. Things you can't even imagine. Ver, what have you done to my kin? And you have a dead possum. Yes. Not just any possum, a dead possum. Yes, I do have a dead possum. I saw a beaver in my front yard. He did not like the dogs. Oh, the double entendre there was absolutely beautiful. Oh, if only I could see a beaver in my front yard. Somehow I trained them on the way to the pond in my backyard and we never saw the beaver again. Poor lady. She was just trying to enjoy the woods and did not expect the dogs. Well, we got another trophy, so that's lovely. How many do we have? I'm not sure because I would need to exit the game, so let's not do that. Alright, what do we have here? Was cool seeing a beaver that close up? Elior, please. My mind is way too dirty for these comments. But I'm happy you got to see such a thing. And yes, I'm talking about the animal. Oh yes, I am sure. I am absolutely certain that's what you were talking about. That's the beautiful thing. I didn't even have to take that out of context. It just worked. Alright, let's steal everything that isn't nailed down and some of the things that are. Sprays dread. With what? Oh, what's that? Oh, that's just a rock. And another rock. And another rock. That's a lot of rocks. So here, what we have to do is use this V-shaped stick and look for water, or rather water source. And apparently, I thought these sticks work by pointing towards the water source, at least in folklore, and not vibrating. But I'm sure people find a good use for that as well. Sprays again? You two want me wet, don't you? Such naughty mortals. Well, not in the case of Zeph. I don't think they are a mortal. They are a fae. So we have to dig, and last time I actually dug up the right one right away, but now I will actually dig everywhere that I shouldn't. And apparently those rocks show where we can dig. No, I'm spraying you for being naughty when I'm talking about animals. Oh, Elior, I am always naughty. Don't you worry about it. It's not connected to your monologue about animals whatsoever. Not with the animals! I am not naughty with animals, thank you very much. I have my standards. Though, if you are a furry, I might be interested. Alright, let's dig. Don't worry, lady. I dug up your entire backyard. I will find water later or sooner. Yo, say less? Less? Water! Pulse tail. I said if you are a furry, I'm not one yet. Okay, so I dug up the entire backyard and I got an idea from that. What happens? Well, yet, you never know. Get this man a fursuit now. Oh yes, yes. Oh, my terrible back pain caused by that ginormous tail of mine. Such a sad tail. Oh, I actually have to pick these up. I actually did have a fox form that I shared on Blue Sky. Maybe one day I will return to it. I swear, if I hear that tail pop, pop. The translation into the German sounds worse. Worse, you say? Why is that? So apparently I cannot dig before we get this stick. Once I have the stick, I can dig to my heart's contents. But only 3 times. That's interesting. So you can only dig in a certain spot 3 times, except in the right spot, because there you can dig 4 times. Well, the German word for tail is a synonym for dick. Well, I would assume it's more of the case of a slang definition, but that is true in a number of different languages. And also, I don't know why that sounds worse. It's actually a completely understandable reasoning, in my opinion. Well, digging a hole and getting some water. And then we put said water on the burnt crops, and that will somehow fix everything. Apparently. Saying that you get back pain from your giant tail. That sounds like a terrible pickup line in German, but I think it could work in the right circumstances. Especially if you're not lying. Now, let's see, we need to put the twigs into this fireplace. I got back pain from a giant dick, makes it seem like you mean something else. Oh, yeah, I know that you mention it. That could be taken the wrong way. But it could also be a compliment. Well, someone had some fun times last night. But why not? Oh, I used that rock to grind up the seeds. I see. Yes, I played this game last week. Here's your bread, nice and absolutely burnt to a crisp. Also, I kind of dug up your entire backyard. Sorry about that. As he did crack the Kraken. Exactly. Why do I think there is a certain toy called the Kraken? Isn't it annoying when you finally get a girl to follow you and they get kidnapped right away by a ginormous creature with a face on their torso? Because there is. Oh. That makes sense. There's also one that references Moby Dick. To be perfectly honest, that was kind of an obvious one to make. I mean, you know, it has Dick in the name. Now, what do I have to do here again? Get the knife. Not really seeing how I could get a trophy here. There are many Kraken toys. I see I found some experts here. But normally we have to cut down the cow and then use the herb, but apparently we don't even have the option to do it the other way around. Funnily enough, they removed the one word that makes the most sense to keep. So it's just called Moby. Moby, huge, boring name. Indeed. I mean, I guess because there are only 2 words in the phrase, they had to remove one if they didn't want to get sued. Even though Moby Dick is a rather old book, I would say it's part of the public domain, but maybe the title is still a trademark or something. So they had to get rid of one, and if you get rid of Moby, then the reference is kind of lost. So yes, Moby is what they kept. Even though I would have suggested to use a synonym of Dick, and then it's a direct reference and also makes sense. Because huge doesn't even make sense in this order, since the adjective most of the time comes before the noun in English. I do believe in some languages, in French, I think, the adjective follows the nouns. There it could work. Don't look it up. It seems too much to even be used. You know darn well I will look it up now. Not that I wasn't before. Moby Richard. Well, Richard must have been a popular guy. Now get this cow moving. Look it up live on stream. Why do you want me to get banned? Not that I have anything open on my stream other than the game most of the time. Do it! Do it! Do it! You sound like a Nike commercial. We got to see, hear your reaction to saying it for the first time. I can't guarantee that I'm saying it for the first time. Maybe I saw it before and I just forgot. Okay, let's look it up. I don't have great reactions. Okay, so wait. Moby the Huge, $608. Holy shit! That is indeed too much to be ever used. You don't have to show the image of it. Wow. Wow, indeed. What the heck is so expensive in this? Pack of one. Oh goodness. Honestly, the funny part is the promotional artwork of a muscular anthropomorphic Moby Dick is the worst part of the entire page. Which is quite something, to be perfectly honest. No, interestingly, on Amazon, there is this new feature that if you are too lazy to look at the reviews, the Amazon AI will generate a summary of the reviews for you. So let's look at that. Skill issue. Try harder. Pack of one, as if anyone would ever need a second. Well, maybe you need a backup if this one breaks. One per hole, maybe. Zeph is onto something. Well, let's see what the customers say. The customers find it amazing and fun to use. The size receives mixed feedback. The firmness and thickness also get mixed reviews. With some finding it perfect, while others say it's not very firm. It's not firm enough. customers warn it's not suitable for beginners. You see, this is an advanced option for professionals only. Also, I love that on Amazon, the style category is given as classic. What does that mean? What is classic? Also, you can find one on Amazon for more than $1,000 if you would like to spend more, or even 2,000 Australian dollars, because why not? Let me see, it's 3 feet tall and I don't even know the width. I don't think it's possible to fit one in each hole. You see, that's the kind of curiosity that gets you far and deep. Skill issue. I guess, kind of. Almost 13-inch circumference, oof. There's a YouTuber who attached one to a go-kart type vehicle and used it as the seat. Was it horizontal or vertical? Now there's one interesting debate here. Did he sit secure? He was fully clothed and it was horizontal. So it's like a really odd shaped cushion. I don't think he sat secure at all. I don't think it would stay on YouTube if he sat on it vertically. Well, if it's 3 feet long, you can use it as a neck pillow. Maybe on an airplane. I'm not sure if you would be asked to leave, but again, if you are thousands of feet up in the air, they will probably not throw you out. This is not legal advice, by the way. Put it on your throne. If someone is willing to give me $600, I am spending it on something that makes my streams better. Much better. Make a throne out of loads of them. You chose the word loads by accident or deliberately? Like an actual throne, that would be extremely expensive. That might cost more than the Throne of Swords that they created as a prop for the series. What was it name? Game of Thrones. Not by accident. I like your wording. But here's here's a question for the ages. Here's the bargain of the day. You can buy a 3 foot long version for $608. Pay attention. Or you can go for the shorter 2 feet long version for only $326. You can get one for half the price almost. Probably would be because you can get swords for really cheap if they are just cheap scrap metal made to look like swords that are welded together. Exactly. Dog vote. Good dog. You have no idea what you missed. And this time around, it's not even my fault. It is my chat to blame. Weird topic to join back to. Just warning you. It's Dread's fault. Of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, you were the two who brought this item to my attention. You already knew it. I did not. So I guess that tells a lot about you too. Now let's rescue the lady. No, I wasn't. I talked about Kraken. Oh, you didn't know this one? Well, now you do. You are most welcome. Now that the boiling, put these in there. I don't know how I just picked that up, but fine. I'm so tired. Oh, you couldn't get enough sleep again? Now, here's the tricky part that I could not understand. We have to chain the cow to this pillar, which we did while getting chased away. That was an interesting bit of animation. I think the bleeding got to me and now I'm heavily hypoglycemic. Well, that also counts. You know, you say not to worry about you, but I'm getting more and more concerned with each passing second. Are you sure you are alright? Now, originally I thought now I'll just scavenge the kitchen. Please let me know what you find. Find some chocolate. If you like chocolate, that is. Oh, another ad. Oh, how quickly time flies if you are in the right company. Well, let's see what kind of a lovely word we get now. For those who might not know, I always take a random word from my list of words that I'm trying to memorize during the ad breaks. And we get frolic. Oh, that's a lovely one. Frolic, I think, is a verb. And it means to jump or dance around happily. And there's also an adjective which, if I'm not mistaken, is frolicsome. That means someone being in a merry emotional state, but let's see. Frolic. So as a verb, to play and run about happily. Okay, so there's no dancing involved. Another interesting thing, it has an adjective that means full of fun. But there is another adjective that is frolicsome, which means playful. There's still some that I have to learn about this word. And also it counts as a noun, frolic, a playful or mischievous action. or an occasion or scene of fun, such as a party. So, as a noun, playful or mischievous action. The example is we went out for a frolic in the sun and an evening of fun and frolic. I wonder if this word has a secondary meaning. Because an evening of fun and frolic sounds rather interesting. I'm back. Had to go to do something. What did I miss? Not much. I'm just looking at this lovely word while I'm waiting for the ad to finish. Frolic Moby Huge. Not sure if that works. Because full of fun. I'm not sure if frolic can be used for an object. Again, I have to look for examples. Also, I think the examples here are incorrect. As an adjective. We don't even have examples for the adjective. That's great. Alright, well, I will have to look into it more. Frolic through the fields while carrying your Moby Huge. That might work, because that's a verb in that case. And in that way, you are... Play and run about happily. But the example is frolicking in the park, so I guess it could work as frolic through the fields. Yes. I'm just not sure if it fits the context of your Moby Huge carrying. Because most of the examples in the dictionary are related to innocent play of children. And again, it's a rather old verb, not used a lot, so I'm not sure if it has a secondary meaning. That's the tricky part. Random word. Thank you for the extra random word, Alior. Eavesdrop. Oh, that's a fun one. Eavesdropping is to listen to someone in secret, and I said this before, but it has a rather fascinating bit of etymology, because when I saw this word, I thought it has to do something with ears, because you use your ears to listen to things. And it starts with an E and an A, but apparently no. Eve, I think it's written as E-A-V-E, is the overhanging part of a roof, the one that overhangs the walls. And it's often in plural, like here, eaves. So in theory, where this word came from is people, when they wanted to listen to a conversation in a house, they would stand next to the house underneath the eaves, and from there they could listen in on a conversation, which is rather fascinating. And actually, with words like these, I find it so much easier to remember and memorize the words if I know the story behind them. It's a bit like how knowing a few examples of its use can be rather nice, especially with rare words, because for me at least, when I try to learn words, and it's not necessarily that I don't know them before, but I want to incorporate them in my active vocabulary, meaning that I not only understand those words, but I use them myself. The tricky part is with rather rare or specific words, you use them really rarely. And it's really easy to forget them because of that. As they say, when you're learning a language, you have to practice it. If you don't practice a language, even your native language, you can forget it. And with these special words, I'm always trying to find some way to remember them. And there are so many really tricky words. Kitchen scavenged. Achievement unlocked. Nom 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 nom. You know, that would be a terrific achievement, just like that. The title, nom 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 nom, and the description, kitchen scavenged. Or the other way around. I'm not sure which is better, but it's brilliant. How often do you use hippopotamus in a casual conversation? Depends on your field or your interest. If you talk about animals a lot, I guess you use it often. Otherwise, rather rarely. And that's exactly why I included it in my list, because the word itself, or its meaning, it's not rare. But everyone just says hippo because it's easier. It's a shortened form. And that's why I wanted to actually properly remember the full word, because it's used so rarely out of all of the mentions of the animal. Did you know hippopotamus is, I don't even know how you would say that. It's milk. I think that would be plural. So it's not hippopotamus, it's hippopotami. Milk is pink. That's what I love about language. You can spend so much time thinking about how would you exactly put that together. Pink milk. That is possible. I didn't know it, but I trust you that it's true. If it's pink, I would assume the change in color is because of their diet. I don't know what they eat, but I'm assuming something with a red color. So it's a bit like flamingos, because flamingos are, their chicks at least, are not pink. I think they are grayish white. And it's rather fascinating that they have a kind of milk, I don't really think it is scientifically milk, that is, I think, pink. And during the time the mother feeds her youths, the color of the mother actually fades as far as I remember. Did you know they don't even really swim? No, they don't. As far as I know, hippos cannot really swim, possibly because they are just really heavy. And they are in somewhat shallow waters. And what they do, they just sink to the bottom and walk on the bottom of the lake, which is fascinating. And they propel themselves by pushing their legs. And I'm assuming because of their massive size and weight, they can just glide through the water. They are just built different, chunky. Yes, they are fascinating animals. They are fascinatingly dangerous animals. But I mean, if you see an animal up close that in zoos, the staff feeds by placing an entire watermelon into their mouths, you reconsider how big and strong you are. They just lunge off the bottom. Yes, in zoos now. I noticed, but I think that would be the proper way. In zoos. Good question. I never tried to say the plural of zoo. But in a zoo. Is there a longer version of zoo as well? It kind of sounds like a shortened word. So many questions, so many words I yet to learn. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if Zeus took the shape of a hippo once or twice. After the swan, anything goes. But back to the game before my PlayStation decides that it had enough. Zoological Garden. Really? That's the official name? I love how certain words just get shortened. And I guess that's just the people using them saying, oh, that's too long, let's shorten it. And there are also so many acronyms in everyday use. So with this puzzle, I am a bit surprised and confused because you have to chain the cow to this contraption and then move the cow when this lovely creature is underneath the cage. And how you do it is apparently slapping its butt. But what I don't understand is in my first playthrough I did it the other way around. I did the butt slap first and then chained the animal, and it happened the same way. So I guess this is the real solution, and last time I just did it kind of backwards. But that's not a machine for pigs, it's a machine for cows. You see, I still don't fully understand this idea of a machine for pigs. Oh, thank you, Schmoozer, for the hydrate and stretch. I hope you're having a wonderful day. So, I'm guessing in Amnesia, the idea is that it's a machine for pigs because Mendes, the main character, kind of looks at people as pigs. I'm okay, just stopping by. Thank you so much. Now, I think I kind of did this on the first try last time. Yes, obviously the ladder just cracked under my immense weight. So if I'm not mistaken here, the idea is not only that we're kind of levitating that basket, is that the pattern goes like this. So this one continues here, this one continues here, and this one continues in the first. And you have to do the same here. So I'm assuming this will have the circle symbol. Yes. Not that I understand what any of this means. Oh, and I also need that thing, whatever that is. Give me that thing. Oh, that's a lever that goes here. I will admit I did not figure that out the previous time. I just clicked on it and it kind of worked. And don't ask me what Harry is doing, because I have absolutely no clue. Last time the game kind of completely fell apart when I was doing this, with Harry being a bit out of touch. Don't ask me why she couldn't just jump down like here, but whatever. And here we have the next puzzle that actually gave us a trophy. Now, you could do this part of the puzzle with only descending on this ladder once, by getting the lever from here, coming down here, fixing this, coming down here, pulling the lever, and then fixing the leaf pile. But because we got a trophy here, I don't really think we would get two in one map. And for the next part, we actually need this lady to help us. Not that I understand why she is helping us, because, I mean, yes, we made a bread for her, but that's about that. So she would need to go in there, but she doesn't want to, apparently. And we have the birds. And the birds are important, I guess. I think the birds will go over there, but I'm not sure what I'm missing. I can't go back, at least I think. I opened this. The girl came down here. What am I missing? Burbs! Indeed, burbs. 5 of them. Well, 4. One got away. I mean, it wasn't ever here, but it got away. Oh, I have to talk to her. Oh, silly me. I'm guessing because she is shorter and she can just walk in, but Harry, I mean, just crouch down. Oh, you are so useful, Harry. It's unbelievable. Okay, so now we have a balloon. And we threw the bone. And we got the feather. And with the feather, we can clean away whatever the heck is there. And now we can progress further. And what is confusing to me is how this achievement or trophy is rare. Because you see, we have to do this part in the cave before we can progress over here. I tried, you can just walk by. You have to do this. And there you see these carvings. And those carvings are important here. But even if you don't know the carvings, let's pretend we do not know the carvings, okay? Let's just pick up one of these pieces. Okay, we have a piece. Well, this is a corner. Pretty obviously. Where can it go? Well, it can go maybe here, or it can go maybe here. This piece is a corner, a left corner, so that obviously goes here. This piece, I'm assuming, will go here. So this will either go here or here. Now on this, we have two faces, and one is broken in half, like this one. Here we have some piece of a face, but just a small one. I'm assuming a horn or something of this one. And then a face next to it. So I'm assuming this will go here. This is kind of a guess. This one obviously will go here. This one, we don't really have any other option, will go here. So these two pieces you can have some trouble with guessing, but if you look at them closely, you will figure them. Harry, pick it up first, you genius. Anything for love, right? And we put it together, no trouble. And now we have to choose. I'm assuming this is the puzzle then that actually awards the trophy. Choose these three faces, but again, you cannot skip this part in the cave. So which faces are those? Great question. Well, we have one with two horns on the sides and an odd-shaped mouth. Well, the mouth is kind of difficult to figure out, but the two horns are rather obvious. I'm assuming this is a bird beak. The middle one has its mouth open, which is pretty much only this one, or maybe this, but this is much different. Also, I'm not sure why the white clouds appear and then disappear. And then a skull with hair, which is kind of only this one. And that's the puzzle. How is this so rare? I'm not trying to sound smart here, but compared to some of the other trophies where you have to time things and your steps between the cannonballs, or
Zula's words were ringing in his head each time he closed his eyes. Amidst the crowd taking her away, Zula managed to let out one final shout. She let him know that only the Wormwood Ride can save her. He'll have to get the witch's hut hidden in the forest. Harry didn't hesitate even for a moment.
So, compared to that, or getting away from the Kraken or something like that, this sounds much easier. But again, I guess this is more of a logical puzzle, and if you're rushing through the game, you can obviously mess it up, but it's just odd to me that it's such a rare trophy. And also in this cutscene, again, we kind of learn something, except well after the fact, but she mentions, and by that I mean Zula, she mentions which rite is needed for Harry to save her, and the witch's hut. So apparently, at least I'm assuming, the hut wasn't Zula's, apparently. She obviously knew about some of these things, but it seems that Harry learned where to go from her, and also he knew what to look for in that book. So that is explained there. The only thing is, since we learned this much later in the game, in the beginning it's a bit more confusing to figure out, like, how did we know all this? How did we know what to do in that hut, and how did we get there? But again, there is the entire part with the cat that is still not entirely explained. Now let's see what we have here. Well, we definitely can try to get these lowered the first time around. So let's try. So they all... Harry, you are levitating. So they all... move this platform a different amount. So this goes around a third, this goes almost all the way down, and this goes a bit up. So let's go 3 up. We can only go 2 up, okay. That was the wrong one. But now I know what to do. Alright, let's try. Where are we now? We're here. Oh, we are on the third line in the map, or on the map. So we need to lower it almost all the way down, and then up 1, up 2, and 1 down. And we get nothing! Yay! Now, why this is putting me off, and this happened in the first playthrough as well, There is a platform here that we can walk on. This thing that we lower is needed for the crane mechanism. So we need to pick up the coins. It's nice that we can pick all of them up at the same time. We need to go to the boat and get this. It pretty much looks like the same poison that we gave to the guard in the dungeon. Yeah, just drink it, don't worry about it. I mean, how nice of her that she not only drinks the poison, but also climbs into the coffin. Couldn't make it any easier. I still don't understand why this random lady just sacrifices herself for a piece of bread. But maybe that's just me overthinking it. Okay, that's good. And now we have to do this puzzle. And I kind of figured out this puzzle last time around. So what you have to do is count how many times a certain symbol appears. So let's start with this one. Here's a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, let's check the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's check this one. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's only 4. Okay, so that's one of them with this clock symbol, as I like to call it. Here, this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think that's another 4. And this one has a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the two symbols we are looking for is this one and this one. And we have to place them in one of these slots. Now, no symbol is appearing in this sequel twice in a row. So, that means this one, the clock one, could not be here because there's a clock one here. And this one cannot be here because there's one right next to it. Meaning this goes here and this goes here. At least that's how I figured out. I am still not sure if there is an actual sequence to them that gives you the answer. Maybe. If you can figure it out, please let me know, because I would actually want to know it. I tried to solve it as a sequence and I could not find any kind of logic. That's why I started counting how many times certain symbols appear, and then I realized, oh, that's how it is. Oh, no, don't take the coffin back. That's not what I wanted. Well, it's always good to woke your coffin, right? Now we go here. example, this. And here, I remember thinking about this, how we need to give the coins to them. But apparently, you cannot just give the coins. You have to put the coins here so they fall down. Kind of overcomplicated, but that's fine. That's all right. Now, my original idea was that since that is kind of crossed out and this one is ahead of a person, then if I give this one, then the person will not be killed, and like this they will be. And I think I gave this one first, so let's start with this. But as far as I remember, I actually had to give both. And then we get the signal that we should go. So it kind of seems like that those coins are tickets, and it's a bit like how you buy tickets for adults and children. Here it's for living and dead. Even though I tried to actually figure out a way how I could save that lady, but apparently there is no way, or I couldn't find it now. And once again we run into this lovely problem. So let's see what happens if we just reload it through the map. Nothing, and you know what that means. We are exiting out of the game. And actually let's take this opportunity and see how many trophies we have. 3, 4 and 5. Oh, what a nice sequence. What's the rule? That is 8, that's 12. How many did we start? 8? So we got 4 trophies today. Lovely. Now, the big question is, will we get the graphics this time? Who knows? But that reminds me, I need my tea. It's important to stay hydrated, so don't forget to eat something and drink something throughout the stream, because, well, it's not that long, but it's still 4 hours. And that reminds me, I actually posted a fun image on my Discord server as a meme, so if you'd like to get a silly joke about hydration, don't forget to join. Now let's continue and see if we actually get the graphics this time around. Oh my goodness, we have them. I have no clue what that lovely creature is up there. But let's see. Here we had a flower, but we already have that. We also have the stone carvings that we saw before on the walls, and this lovely creature is actually turning around. Oh, fun. Okay, we put that there. And they eat it. Interestingly, they don't want to eat us. That fella doesn't look French-shaped. Why? I'm starting to suspect you only think I might be French-shaped because I'm in my humanoid form. Monsters get such a bad rep. So I can't place the mushroom separately, but I can sprinkle it on the arm. And that kills the poor creature. I'm sorry. And we have this freaking puzzle. No, I did this with a guide when I encountered the bug for the first time, and funny enough, I had to look for these latches that you are supposed to interact with without actually seeing them. But because of that, I think we did it pretty much first try, and we didn't get a trophy for it. I will try it anyway. So let's see. This is the kind of puzzle that Uriah is great at, and I am terrible. So if I move the upper one, these three will move. Fine. Back and forth, that's important. This moves these two and the lower one. Okay, so I'm kind of seeing a pattern here. We have to move these two or these two somehow. Let's see what happens if I move this one. That will move that. And these two. Interesting. What happens if I move this one? Same but mirrored. What about this one? So somehow, with this knowledge and a bit of thinking, you should be able to fix this problem. Okay, let's try to figure it out. So we have two mechanisms here at play, pretty much. And I guess the idea is that we should mix them. So if I move this upper one, then these move. If I move this, then I think this will go here, this will go here, and this one will go back. Let's see if that is how it works. Yes, that's how it works. Now if I move this one, it will do that. So now these two are mixed. Don't ask me. Absolutely don't ask me. I do not know. I kind of just took the two ideas and I said, well, let's try. That was not the first try. But I think it will be fine. Now this one I'm actually not sure about. Again, we could try it first try. I just have to figure out the exact sequence. I think it's only a sequence of 4 notes and one is repeating. So let's see what we actually need. There was also a flower here. So we have 2 skulls. Do we actually need the 2 skulls? I'm not sure. We have this, but we can do anything with it. We have to put this here. Don't ask me what that is, because I also don't know. It's a complex piece of machinery. And now I have the skulls. But let's try to put the skulls where they have to go. Oh no, we need the bones. Where do I get the bones from? Sorry. Things are broken. I forgot. Can I take your femur? Thank you very much. I also need a smaller bone. Do we have a smaller bone somewhere? Well, I'm sure there is one somewhere. Okay, that's good. We need a bone, we need a bone. Is that a bone there? It's certainly something. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, that is a bone. Lovely. So I think with this we repair the organ. Question is, are we any closer to the solution? Can I play the tune like this? No. No. So if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, but if I'm not mistaken, then we have to match the skulls to the skulls here. And also, if I'm not mistaken, someone is in the belief that they are being sneaky. But I know when my nose is getting booped. Nose. Nose indeed. I'm not sure why people think that I have a boopable nose, but it really seems like they do. Every single stream I start, and by the end of them, my nose is all itchy. Stop it! Well, you consent to be booped for just 600 channel points. Is that consent? Just because you can buy something doesn't mean it's consensual. Oh goodness, one finger leaves, the other one arrives. You cannot allow it. Are you saying that I can't allow it? Or I cannot allow it? Oh, that's a confusing sentence. If you put it on the market though, kinda seems like you did consent. You can disallow it. Exactly. You know, I'm curious, what kind of things would people do if streamers introduced more interesting redeems? Or take it off the market? Apparently there's a market for everything. So get boobed. Hey, stop calling me out. What? How did I call you out? I'm always trying to get interesting things. Well, what kind of streamers are we talking about? All people who stream? So streamers? What kind of streamers are you thinking about? Because some streamers on some sites definitely allow some pretty different things. But you don't let me pull your tail. If we are talking about the fluffy animal kind of tail, I still don't have one. I'm not in my fox form. Stop with the booping. I said it before, I would get such a model if I had the money, and people were actually interested in it. But when I posted about it on Blue Sky, people didn't really seem to be interested in a fox form. Maybe I'm not furry enough, I'm not sure. Now, let's see. I'm an interesting thing. Are you implying that you can be get? Because I might be interested. Now let's try. Take that how you will. Oh, I see. And how should I take you? Now, the human skull is on the third. I can definitely be obtained. Ooh, are you shiny? Because I know people love collecting shinies. I'm not sure what the craze is about, to be perfectly honest, but I never played Pokemon that much. So that's 3 and that is 8. Okay. Are you a thing? I can be shiny. I like your enthusiasm. I think you may be a person. Can a person be a thing? This is 6, that is 2. Alright, that's fine. So the skull should be here. That did not help whatsoever. On this... are there the same number of keys as pipes? Well, based on the definition of thing, yeah. Are you the kind of thing that appears in the John Carpenter movie, or another kind of thing? Because that changes how I would approach you. I don't think I'm understanding. I think the implication is that Elior wants to be treated by like a dog by you. At least that's what I'm putting together. A person can be considered a thing in biological, legal, or philosophical context, though it often implies dehumanization. I never said that. You never denied it. Huh? So, what you say, righty? Are you in the market for another puppy? I don't think that's appropriate. Puppies are say so. You know, people love pets. My baby boy dog is very jealous. I can kind of understand that. I would love to have free food, free housing, free head pets, and loads of attention though. Are you just using this entire thing as a way to get a free pass on life? Does it need to be a naughty, kinky thing? I see, you are just trying to get free housing by pretending to be a dog. Wow. Does it need to be means that it can be? Yeah, and in certain contexts that is concerning. Do you want it to be? Oh goodness. Did you really ask that of your righty? But if the answer is yes, I will be surprised. I don't think I'm in the market for that. Wait. Wait. You said you don't think? You didn't outright say no? You mean you're not sure? Oh my goodness. Edgar, you might be onto something. Who would have guessed? I'm being polite. Oh, sure. Polite. Let me count the keys. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. How many fives do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. That's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12. And that's another 6. 6 plus 12 plus 6 is again 24. So we have the same amount of pipes, or number of pipes, as keys. So the third key goes with this skull. Where the heck do I have to put this freaking thing? And the 8th one is the animal skull. I think I messed it up. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I have to put it here? Oh, there it goes. What's the point of putting this here? Oh, of course I know which one is which, but fine. Oh, another ad break. Terrible. I was just onto something. Well, I guess it's time to take a tea. Certainly a nice cup of tea is really pleasant, especially in such a thirsty company as my chat. What can I say? I am oh so proud of you all. Now let's see what word we get. I'm not thirsty. Oh right, you just scavenged the kitchen. What did you find? But I am dehydrated. Well, maybe you should be hydrating. Now, what word do we get now? It's like a little present, each word. Cheese, and cookies, and a granola bar, and fruit puree. All together? Interesting. And I made a tea. Lovely choice. Absolutely lovely choice. Also, fun fact when it comes to words, I actually consider words for myself as sorts of gifts, and I remember many people from a long time ago, by words I learned from them, even though their faces are blurry in my memories, but there are a few words that reminds me of them, and that's rather nice. I'm getting old. Looking back on the past, all nostalgic. Oh, axis. But axis, I do believe the definition would be something like an invisible line in space about which something rotates. But let me check. A straight line about which a body or a geometric figure rotates, or may be supposed to rotate. So that's the default definition, but that's not the definition that I found interesting and which got this word on my list. That was the anatomical definition, and that is the second vertebra of the neck, the second counting from the top. And why it's rather fascinating to me, the first one, the top one, is called the atlas. I got that word multiple times from my list. The axis is the second one, and these two are special, I think, even in shape but also in function. The second one is the one that actually allows humans to turn their heads. Fascinating. And with that, the ad break is over and we can go back to our organ. And I still don't know what we are doing here. Okay, so that was that. That's 7. Two, 4, 9. So 7, 2, 4, 9. But there are actually some notes written here. But the problem is I don't fully understand which note would be the C here. Now, based on the fact that this is the second note, it might be this, because that's a D. The C would be like that, crossed with a line. But this actually goes down, so I don't think this is the melody we have to play. It might be a secret. But why it's tricky, it kind of looks like it's made out of cobweb. It has this double sound, and I'm not sure how I could play that here, since I can't press 2 notes at the same time. But let's see, it was 7, 2, 4, and 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 7, 2, 4, and 9. So this slightly stained one is the one that we can use as a guide. Chop in. What did I do? Also, what is that? I completely missed this the last time around. Hello? Who are you? Oh, I should follow you. Of course. Also really nice the stone pillars. They had these shapes. I'm not sure if those were carved into them or those were bodies pierced by those stone pillars, but that was really nice in the background if you pause a bit and look at them. So what did we do? Because I knew there was something, some trophy, at least I thought, that was connected to this, but apparently But apparently there was, but I wasn't thinking it's this one. So that is us, I'm assuming, in an interesting hat. We don't have a hat like that. Playing the organ and mastering the keys. So I guess but again, it's either only pressing the right keys, because I actually pressed one of the keys before when I wanted to place one of the skulls, but that was one of the right keys. So either that, or once the organ actually is fully assembled or repaired, only play the right melody, since it is true that I only played that after I placed the skulls. I'm not sure which again, but this game had this mastering as the description of another trophy as well, where it was mastering the puzzle. So I guess it is just to do it in the fewest possible steps, which would imply only hitting the right ones. Or maybe it's like the cannonball puzzle, where it was more about only choosing the right options. I'm not sure. Again, you need multiple playthroughs and, well, multiple copies of the game to really figure out what triggers the trophies, but it was an interesting one and kind of a surprise, because I wasn't looking for this one. But hey, we are doing great. And again, I don't think I could get all of the trophies by playing through this game, because we have 2 DLCs. So we will definitely play through those DLCs, and I think they will earn us a few trophies, because, and this is a big part of trophy hunting here. If a game gets a DLC, then those trophies are listed separately. So for example, in the Amnesia collection, the hard mode is different, because I think that was in an update. But the free Amnesia games share one trophy list, even though I think the publisher has the option to place them in different lists. I'm not necessarily sure about that. But I've seen games where collections had separate trophy lists for different games. However, here, this game is kind of a collection of the game and the DLCs, the extra campaigns. So I think those have the DLCs have trophies as well, and those will be in the same list. Because sometimes what happens is, if a game gets a DLC, the trophies will either be in a separate list, or the game will just not get new trophies for the DLCs, which is kind of a shame. Let's see what we have here. Well, we have 3 eggs, and we have this puzzle. Now I did this puzzle the previous time, but I will try to do it here. I kind of remember how to do it in a way, and also it's a small and simpler one with an easily distinguishable design, so that worked. And now we have to work with the teeth. Now because this area was bugged as well and I could not see a darn thing about it, I just followed the guide. And I know there is a right sequence of choosing the teeth. However, I don't know why that was the right sequence, and that's what I'm curious about. Why? I don't even know if I picked those up the previous time. What are those? Oh! Oh, it's a scale. Oh, that's mighty interesting. Alright. Well, let's see. So we have a snake with 12 teeth. Some of those teeth are marked with a number, such as 4, 12, 10, 6, 8, 2, and I'm not sure what that is. I think that's a V. That is a Roman numeral 1. I guess that's a 5, a 7, an 11, a 3, and a 9. And there is an order to this. And somehow, I'm assuming, we have to figure out the right order with the clock and the eggs. Put the snake in the freezer. No, that would be rude. So here goes the key, but we don't have the key yet. We have the clock. And we have absolutely nothing else to go off of. Now, when the scales are equal, we have 10 and 3. So 10 and 3. And we have 2 hands, right? Now this is the longer one. I'm assuming that's the minute hand. And that is red. Red? That's black. And I'm colorblind. Now these are written with a thicker line. So I will make the wild assumption that the black hand corresponds to these numbers, and the hour hand, the shorter one, which is gray, corresponds to the Roman numerals, even though, well, these are all Roman numerals. However, you might notice there is no number smaller than 1 or bigger than 12. So again, they are numbers that can be shown on a clock. So here we have 10 and 3. We have 10 and we have 3. Alright. Let's see. Let's put the white egg here. What happens? In that case, we have 9 is... why can't I use this? Okay. Interestingly, there is no 9 at all. But there is a 9 here. But there is no 9 that would correspond to this hand in my logic. So maybe my logic is just out the window. If I put another egg here, no, it's 8. And with another, it's 7. So each egg in the left side of the scale means 1. And with this, it goes to 11, 12, and 1. So each egg is, well, 1. Alright, now what happens if I put 1 here and 1 here? I guess it goes back to 10. Yes, it does. And then to 11. So each egg weighs 1 hour. You know, that is absolutely fascinating. That sentence makes sense in context. That is just brilliant. But what does this mean? Whatever I choose, whatever combination I choose, one of the hands will be on free. We cannot change that. And the other one will go between 7 and 1. That's that. And we have 3 eggs. Come on. Now the problem is, I could think like 12, right? 12 is 1 egg in the left and 2 eggs in the right. That kind of makes sense. So I do that, and the result that I get, which will actually be 9, I choose 9. So it will be 12 and 9. That's kind of a combination. And 2 just, or 10 would mean 1 in the left and 0 in the right, which will be again 9, which is not good because we can't choose the same teeth twice, or 2 twice. But what do we do with 2, 8, or 4, or 6? What's the logic? How are these scales linked to the clock? That's a mighty good question. I have to say, I am somewhat puzzled. What is the logic behind this? We have the eggs, white and black. However, as far as I can see, there is no difference between them. There's the clock with one hand always on free. Why is it important that some numbers are written in Roman numerals and some are not? Again, because we have 6 in one script and 6 in another, I would assume they are in pairs, which might be completely wrong. And it could have been one hand and the other, but as we know, one hand just does not move. So what do we have to do? Well, logically, we could go in an order of the numbers. So we can go 1 and 2 and 3, but that's wrong apparently. So wait, after 3 actually 4 is the next, and after 1 is 2. And no, I'm confused. So if you don't care about the scale, which is difficult when it comes to a snake because they are covered in them, but let's not get into scaly territories. What can we do here? Lick them. Don't think licking the teeth of a serpent would be a wise idea. But again, I'm not shaming. So if we just look at this puzzle as a simple let's find the correct order kind of puzzle, then see what happens. So if I mess up one, then I'm not losing my entire progress. Or am I? It even remembers where I was, yes, because the teeth moved there as well. And I can't pull the teeth out. So I can't return to a kind of neutral state. So there is... So there are two ways to go about this. This is either a sequential puzzle, so you just have to find the right sequence. And when I solved it, it seemed like that. Or it's like the door lock puzzle, because if I choose 4 here, these two will move. So moving one tooth actually moves multiple. I don't think that's the case here, again, because I kind of solved it before. But I have absolutely no clue, especially because I can't reset the darn thing, what the rule is. And I think Harry just walked behind the scenes because the keyhole is here and I can access the keyhole that is behind the serpent's mouth. Wow, that's absolutely lovely. What's the solution here? And this is the fun part, at least for me, figuring out why a solution worked. What was that? So something happened? Obviously we didn't do it first try. But I did get a trophy for doing it first try earlier in my first playthrough when I used the guide. Here I'm kind of happy that I actually got through it, but I will try to to just somehow later figure out why the solution works. I think I will have to check the guide again, write down the sequence, and then just find some sort of pattern or connection between the sequence and the scales, because the scales obviously help you in some way, but I'm really not sure how. I kind of proved that you can brute force your way through it. You just click on random teeth and tooth and whatever, and that's it. And you get through it, but ooh, I'm rather confused about this one. Now here, this is an interesting one, because we have these flowers here, right? And in one of the cutscenes, we saw these flowers here in the beginning. Well, I think it was maybe the second cutscene. But point is, I collected those throughout the game, and given that the game's description on its store page actually says that you can achieve one of the endings through a playthrough, and that kind of suggests that there are multiple endings, and also I got a trophy for the good ending. That also kind of implies there are multiple endings. I'm not sure if collecting the flowers is a requirement for the good ending. Maybe yes, maybe no. So let's actually check if we can get another ending here. Now here I remember we have to put together this absolutely gorgeous creature. If I could only pick up all of its pieces before I do something silly. So I think this is how this creature is put together. But I will actually restart here. Is this the last or the penultimate level? Yeah, it's the penultimate. I will try to do it first try. I think I did it in my previous playthrough. Kind of the first try, but we'll see. I need this tiny bone. Okay, so the tiny bone goes here. The extra, I think that's a toe or claw, goes there. The left wing goes here, the right wing goes here, and the rib cage goes here. Okay, that did absolutely nothing. And now it takes the hourglass of, I'm assuming that's our beloved, or Harry's beloved, and we can choose another one. Now I think that's Harry's, but let's see if we can actually choose anyone else's. Now granted, there's only one hourglass, I can see that, but only one that I can see that still has sand in its upper part. So if I can just turn over the other hourglass, I think this is the only way. Now here Here I remember for a fact that I spent a bunch of time trying to figure out how to do this. And that is concerning because I'm pretty sure there is a trophy for getting through this. Now, there's a bit of an obvious part in the beginning. This is obvious, I can't even turn this, and this is obvious, as well as this part. The rest is not. No, I don't remember how I tried this. I have to admit. This is an obvious part as well, so that's good. Goodness. Let's try, and I might need to restart here. So this is good. Let's start from the bottom this time around, because I know I tried this top section and there are more options to choose from, even though really it doesn't matter. Let's see. Let's go downwards. If we are going downwards, up until this point, we pretty much only have one choice, one route to follow. Here we can go left, but it wouldn't really help us. Here we could go up, but for now, let's see what happens if we don't. We can go downwards, but that would either lead us to the right or to the left, and they are both dead ends. So we have to go up. In that case, we have to go left. So we did a really interesting H shape here. And here we can go either to the left or to the right. Now let's not forget that we kind of want to get to this pipe, right? And we kind of sort of already messed that up in the beginning. Because if we go down here, then this pipe goes through this connection, and this pipe can only go this way. Because this T-junction, it's not a T-junction, it's a cross. Here, this cannot even be rotated, it wouldn't make sense, and we can choose to go downwards here because that would be the edge of the map or the play area. So this is completely nonsensical. Lovely, let's go up. And then we are going down, and let's see. Here we have to go up. Here we only go right and then down, because up wouldn't make sense. Here we can go either left or right. Let's try to go left. If we go left, then we can go around here and maybe do this. Now, do I remember how I did that? Kinda. You know, my long-term memory is not really good, but my short-term memory is definitely worse. So, let's put the birdie back together again. One piece at a time. We have these little holders here that show us where we can place the pieces. That helps a lot. Also, obviously, the gear icons appear. Come on, Harry. You can run. There wasn't actually a trophy for running. No, that's the wrong one. Yeah, the booping happens so often. Even the system gets confused. Such a gentle touch. It's much appreciated. Now let's try to do this. So this goes to the right. And then here we went... good question. I think we went up and then down, and then we went to the left. But wait, if we went to the left, I could have just went down here straight away. Let's try, whatever. And then we do this and this and turn back and do this. Okay, there is a shorter way then. Thank you. My hair is a mess, but it was a lovely scalp massage. Now, get the birdie again. I'm not sure if there are multiple ways to solve this puzzle or only one. There could be multiple. But this seems to be a rather short pipe connection, so maybe this is the shortest one. I mean, we could always try to add more and more loops rather pointlessly. So here we actually want to go downwards. And then do this, turn around, down, and like this. Did I mess something up? This goes down, goes around, goes... Oh! This one. No? No trophy for me? I have a headache, meh. Aw, poor Zeph. Maybe try to hydrate a bit. Dehydration can cause a mean headache. But apparently I didn't get a trophy for that, even though I thought it could be one. Again, I will not look at the trophies now. If we play through the DLCs and we're still missing some, obviously, we will look for what we are missing. Now, first thing first, the bug, I think it's a bug, goes here. And we have to put this together. I think this piece is actually in its correct spot. So I will just not pick it up. I think this is here, this is here, this is here, and this is here. And we have the cherries. And here I need to rotate this. Now I can't rotate the outer circle, but I can rotate everything else. Even the middle, apparently. So what should I keep as stationary? Let's try to keep the center as the reference point. That's not correct. That's not correct. That's not correct. No. No. I think we went around and nothing seems to be correct. Oh, that can rotate too. That's fascinating. think like this maybe? I'm really not sure. Because you can rotate each piece, so there isn't an obvious reference point. The text kinda helps. And I think that's as good as we can get. Or not. No. No. Yeah? I think that's about it. Except if this part is not right. So it's like this. I mean, even like this corner kind of looks off. But yes, it tells us medicament is the text we have to enter here. And that is important. Now what I'm curious about, what if we cheat a bit? That has to be a C. Oh, really nice. So you don't have to actually click on these buttons. The letter is kind of cut in half, and the upper half goes further into the alphabet, and the lower half goes backwards, and the middle actually does not respond. So you don't have to worry about just sliding over to the other button. Nice detail. We need an M, an E, and an N, which is actually this way. So we have the chalice, and here we actually get the berries and such. Now the two things we actually need is this and those berries. Where the heck are those berries? I think this is it. It's just, no, it's not even mirrored. And now I guess we're putting these on the bug. Oh, come on, you can move a bit faster, Harry. And there we have the flowers. So apparently the flowers are important, I'm assuming. But I can pick this. I can pick it up without using the flowers. The end. So this is another ending. If you don't use the flowers, and I'm assuming you can only get the option to use the flowers if you collect all. Now that is really nice of the developers, that even though so all this took part in the witch's hut, apparently. And this was kind of a dream. Rather interesting. Really nice. And yes, this is one of the extra chapters. But what I was saying is, it's really nice of the developers that even though one of the endings, at least it seems, is only reachable if you collect all 7 of the flowers. Since you don't need to collect them again and again if you are playing through the same save file and you're just replaying certain levels, the game actually remembers that you have them all. And I have gathered all of them. So even though you don't have a way to get rid of the flowers, and thus it could be that you are logged in with the good ending and that's all you can reach, and if you want the other endings you have to start a new save file and not collect the flowers and then play through the entire game and get another ending. Instead, the developers actually give you the option to use the flowers. So it's not just an action of the character. It's not once you put everything together, the character adds the flower because you have them and triggers the good ending. You get that item in your inventory, and if you want to use it, then you get the good ending. If you don't want to use it, then it's as though you didn't collect all of the flowers, and you can get the different endings. And that is really nice, especially because this game doesn't necessarily want you to replay it from scratch. There is replayability in the game, but it lets you replay any level through the map. And when it comes to a certain level, you start with nothing. And that works because there's no item that you actually carry from one level to the other, except the girl actually follows you through some of the levels. But she's always there. There is no way not to help her or not to save her from that creature or not provide him a passage through certain areas. Except for these flowers. And so the developers really cleverly fixed this problem by allowing you to choose whether or not you want to use the flower in the ending. So even though I'm assuming you need to gather the flowers for the good ending, instead of just giving you the good ending if you have the flowers, every single time it gives you the option to reach the good ending. And that's nice because I gathered them all. Obviously, if you don't have them all, you play through the game, it tells you the end, question mark, with the trophy title, which is nice because it gives you a hint that, hey, there are more trophies. But because of that, you might go back and play some of the levels again, look for the flowers and reach the good ending as well. But I really like this. I really like that instead of granting you the good ending, if you gathered all of the flowers in the game, it gives you the option to reach the good ending, but also hopefully all the other ones. At least I found one. I'm not sure how many there are. Maybe there are only 2, maybe 3, 4, who knows, we will see later on. But this was rather interesting, and I also liked how this shows that Harry kind of tried, but ultimately failed, I guess. I'm not sure. It kind of makes me think that through this ritual his spirit kind of went to the afterlife and rescued Zula there, and so they are together, and so they walk into the mirror and they kind of in the afterlife, and we see him dead, I think, whereas with the good ending it's slightly different. At least to me, that implied that he really brought back her to life, but I'm not sure. I will have to rewatch the good ending to really make sense of what happened. So this is nice. It gives a new perspective to the player after the ending. It makes you think about the entire game. Maybe it makes more sense that all of these strange things happen, since maybe not only the part after the gate is in the underworld, but maybe the entire journey is really set in a kind of spiritual realm, and not in the human world of Harry. Well, except for the first level or so, because that is actually taking place in his village, I think it was mentioned. That is where it all starts. But hey, we found a number of trophies, and I guess we will have even more fun with this game later on, because obviously we have 2 additional chapters. I have no clue how long they are, but I think we have plenty of trophies to look through as well. So this was Harry at the End of the World, and next time we play this game we will tackle the 2 additional chapters, one of which in theory explains what Zula was doing in the woods when she disappeared at night, and maybe it will even explain why Harry had those strange dreams too. So what do we have here? The end. Here it is. So these are pretty much the story related trophies, and I guess the end is the ending of it. So that's, I'm assuming, Harry lying there with the chalice. Finish the game. And here we are. I did have an idea to play through this last level and memorize the word that we have to display, and also the 2 ingredients we need, and then put everything together without actually solving the puzzles. I'm kind of glad that I didn't, because in the background we might have had the unsolved puzzles, even though that's kind of a fun way of doing it. But I will do that maybe the next time, see if we can cheat the system in a way, because with many of the puzzles, doing them right the first time is kind of tricky. Maybe if you're really good, you can do it. I will not say that you can't, but definitely if you already played through the game and you know what the solution is, then it's much easier. So in my opinion, it kind of wants you to play through the game once, and then when you're replaying and already knowing the puzzles, solve them on the first try for the different trophies. But this is the ending of the game, or is it? And well, we have these, and we got these: the soldier for not missing a target with the cannon, evasion, dodging all the cannonballs, diver for being untouched by the kraken, the stonemason, making no mistake when fixing the relief. And here we have absinthium, gather artemisia, and the true ending, break the mirror. Now this is interesting. This is interesting because this means that indeed you need to gather all of them to get the true ending. Or, well, I think that it is required. And this somewhat confirms it, because the true ending is rarer. If it was the other way around, then obviously that would definitely deny my theory. This way it's not 100%, but it suggests it. And we have Chopin, master the keys, God of Snakes, solve the teeth problem first try. I will have to look into that. And Tower of Hanoi, master the puzzle. So we have 14 trophies. Not the platinum yet. 14, we started with 8. So we got 6 trophies today. That is absolutely wonderful. And let's look at our trophy statistics for a bit here. So we got 14 out of the 24 trophies. That is lovely. Put the snake in the freezer. There is no snake around. So the coder is not here. Just saying. So I can't. Provide a snake. Oops. Provide a snake, and then I can I can put them in the freezer if they want to be put in the freezer. Obviously, putting a snake in the freezer is rather rude, so don't do it. But now, we need to find someone to raid. Who shall that be? What about the snake from the riddle? I still couldn't figure out that riddle, so I actually have to think about that a bit. I am a bit stumped. I have to admit. Now let's see who shall we raid. I think I will raid a lovely duck called Mallow Ducky. He is playing Split Fiction. If I'm not mistaken, Split Fiction is the newer game of the developer studio who created It Takes Two. It is a similar co-op game, two-player co-op game, but I heard that it's more challenging. It's a bit more difficult. I did not have the chance to play it because, you know, it kind of requires a second player. But I'm always interested in seeing such games, so let's take a look at Mallow Ducky playing this game. I'm not sure who accompanies them, but we'll get to see that soon. So please say hello to this wonderful duck. I will be back next week. I'm not sure with what. Probably the same games. We still have a lot left to do in Resident Evil 3. Plenty of notes in Amnesia Machine for Pigs. And obviously we still have the 2 extra campaigns in Apocalipsis. So if I don't find something extra exciting, then I will be awaiting you next week with these games. But until that, thank you for joining me today. Have a great day, and as always, good night.